Now, here's an observation. It's sort of a unique observation that might help people get a grasp on the current dynamic that we're in, where there's a east-west reforming that's taking place on a spiritual level. Now, I like to differentiate. That's really a dumb metaphor to use. It's very confusing. Because you have separate tribes of people that are very distinct and they have their very different languages and they have their very different cultures. And then their version of essentially what was initially a Western tribe that went extinct and was discontinued to the west of where they were, but lived on in the east. But we rediscovered it really in the 19th century. Think of how late that is. That is late. So think how formulated, disconnected Western institutions were at that time when they finally made, one could say, recontacted their long lost relatives through all of these different exotic lenses. But tracking the dry riverbeds back to the original source, one found the original Pali text, and then one had a treasure trove beyond all imagination in the form of the Tripitaka. And then you have the clear translation. So here's the other thing that happens when people make discoveries like that or rediscover something, a treasure. It goes through iterations. It goes through years of specialists working. And the first people that did the first translations, do you know how difficult that was? Under the limitations that they worked, where they only very imperfectly understood Pali, or the super complex and nuanced concepts that were being introduced for the first time to people from a culture that didn't prepare them for that adequately. How could you be adequately prepared for such a task? It's a legendary task that they even brought us half of the way there. 20%, 10%, 5% the way there. Just think how much good karma they earned by that. Just try to imagine. So, but be that as it may for them personally, individually, we late to the gamers, we could only fumble our way forward as new discoveries were made in a divisional kind of collective awakening, purification, reconnection process took place. So this elaborate, marvelous puzzle began to just crystallize in a new form, in a way that understands the human animal, but still uses intentionality to guide the animal towards higher and higher and higher and higher and higher degrees of good living, good manifesting in this moment, re-establishing emotional equanimity, by not doing it via suppression, but by allowing whatever is there to release, which is what most moderns are. They're like pressure cookers. You see them, they're amped up, you see the energy. You can measure it, it's measurable. When people say you look tense. Tense, yeah, that's electromagnetic tuner, little knob somewhere in you that you don't know how to control and are not aware of. And yet look at that influence, look at the power of that influencing your life, also negatively influencing your life. Walking around with the defilements, anger, greed, ill will, greed, or delusion. This is okay. No, it's not. That's not the way you were supposed to live. You were born into this world blameless. This is your life's journey. Don't formulate a narrative that is hostile to your living experience on this magnificent planet. Don't let anyone, anything, any tragedy, any old age, sickness, or death diminish the curated side of the universe that is so well worth cultivating. The heart, the mind, the body, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit, Jesus, Woden, Buddha, Hermes, Trismegistus. All of them were looking for good things, to manifest goodness, to experience it practically. Don't give me a theoretical philosophy or rational explanation for that. I don't need it. You don't need it. What you need is to feel it. It needs to be sincere. It needs to be real. As real as it gets. And if it isn't real, make it realer. That's what you have to do. You have to do it. I just told you that. If you're motivated, if your frequency is low, you feel like you're going to die, you're bored, you're distracted, you're not going to do it. And that's on you. That you got a reminder, a wake-up call right now that, hey, you know what? You do have control over that little knob. So but first you have to be self-aware enough to say, hey, wait a second. I can't believe it. It's true. I don't need somebody telling me I'm angry. I can feel it right now. Where is this coming from? See, and that's the beginning. You have to admit it to get out of delusion. You have to admit it to get out of denial. Something did anger you. That's why you're angry. That's it. But what you're most likely doing is misattributing it to an external. It's internal. It's internally generated. If you can click that switch, and you have the switch, and you can do it not manually, spiritually. I notice I'm angry. Now I'm going to focus on the breath. See? They say take 10 breaths or take a deep breath. See, that's that sort of common, normal, vulgar understanding of the technique, but that needs to be appreciated in its totality, how much of a powerful tool that can be used if it is amped up. Don't make it just one deep breath. Make it a regular practice with real focus and real endurance to manage anything this life throws at you on any day, in any way, from any angle. Because it will. Murphy's Law, like I said, it doesn't go far enough. This dimension, no. That's quaint. Sort of glossing over things. Things can get way worse than you ever expected for no reason at all. So throw your damn little egoic rationality out the window. This world doesn't make any sense why people do the things they do. Other than they don't have themselves under control. They are engaging or possessed by the defilements. They're choking in it. They're influenced by them. They are motivated by the things that we desist from. And we will use anything to help us get there, including unconventional ways of doing things, especially very immediate, simple, practical, repeatable ways. Because it's the lived experience that matters. Being a fake on this type of the question, there's no point. If you can quote me, there's no point. Who are you impressing with your wisdom? What audience are you impressing with that? If it is of no use to you, if you have not pushed your own button, then what's the point? Why did you even waste your time? Don't remember me. Don't remember one damn thing I said. If that's the way you're not going to do it anyway. So if that had to go into your irrational brain dungeon to finally figure out how counterintuitive a lot of attitudinals can be in order to get you that progress that we need day by day, incrementally, that's how it works, by osmosis in many ways. That's why people call it magic. Because it works like magic, because we don't understand it, and yet, poof, there was a rabbit in a hat, and now he's gone. There was dukkha, and now it's gone. There was dissatisfaction, and now it's gone. There was worry, now it's gone. There was thinking of the future, thinking of the past, now that's gone. And now we see, okay, we can achieve attitudinal change, and we should embrace that, and we should use that as a power for good. Yes, good things. You know what I love? I love good ice cream. Come on, who out there does not like good ice cream? Think of the absolute best, most tasty, savory ice cream you have ever experienced in your entire life. Just savor the goodness. The goodness. Good is good. Why can't people understand that? Good is the inner manifestation, the realization, the repeatable, practical manifestation on an individual level. If for no other reason than to be compassionate, to manifest the good principle of compassion towards oneself and others. Can I get an amen? See? Then everybody just starts screaming. It's contagious. The whole mood is raised. You see? People get into a frenzy. They're losing their minds out here. We're going to take this to a whole new level. You see? And then we can feel that together in the ether, in the multiverse, on a truly spiritual basis, sending all that positive energy resonating out, generating it. It's just gushing and flowing and sparkling and spreading and emanating and transmitting. You're transmitting. And when people see you, they know you're in a good mood. All the muscles in your face, your body posture, your attitudinals, they're clear as day. No clouds in the sky, because they're not there. They blew away that, see the number 5, the V. Mind, right? To left hand, right hand, left foot, right foot. You're like a star. Keep yourself oriented according to the North Pole, the North Star, you see. See the arrow pointing up. That's the sign, like the compass, north, star. It's always exactly where it is. It's really cool now. They have these time-lapse cameras where they set up a camera and they fix it on the North Star perfectly. And then they just open the aperture and let it roll as the Earth spins. And you see all the stars just burn in circles, see, around that dot, that infinite point, that Manet's juncture that humanity is, that intermediary between the gods and this dimension. In some ways, a purgatory of sorts. But a subjective purgatory in many cases. It's optional. That terrible thing you thought about just this morning, what if you had not experienced that? How much of that was your voluntary participation in the awfulization process? That is not to say you can completely miss things, but if something did hit you or negatively affect you, it's about bouncing back that matters. Like hammering out the dents in the exterior real quick. Or maybe it's an elastic material. It pops in and you pop it out. And it looks good as new. And so you need to think of your attitudinal psychology's egos like that. A good working ego is one that is egoless. But it's still, in a lot of ways, executing automatic functions. Like being perfectly polite at all times. Like looking into politeness and cultivating that socially. And internationally, diplomatically, however, which way you want to call it. In fact, going extra measures to make sure that one is not misunderstood, to have in any way offended or insulted a counterparty, either by one's rude gestures or ambitious talk or theatrical, depictional, theoretical constellations, that nothing thereby was meant to be taken personally. It was the whole point of developing a depersonalization system so that we can always depersonalize abstract concepts, which is essentially what they are, which triggers these defilement responses instead of no responses or a euphoric response. Wow, look at this adversity. Look at this rock face, and look at the crevasses going this way, and look at how I'm gonna scale this obstacle, and look at how exciting this is, and challenging, and dynamic, and breathtakingly, spectacularly, awe-inspiringly beautiful on many levels, in many ways. But we don't get to beautiful places if we are bogged down in the bog of eternal stench. And that bog is deep. No one, we know of no one who went in that direction who ever returned. They claim that they say that it did instinct to them. And so they went out to find more of where that came from. but they are greatly mistaken and shan't be missed. And so think of your thoughts, bad thoughts like that, going into the eternal Bhagavad bench, but you're not going that way, and you don't regret not going that way. Not one single day. Because your attitudinals, they're great, they're authentic, they're real, your muscles work. You can lift the backpack and you can trek all day and you feel great. Because you're not busted up about crazy things. Things you can't change. Who has the volcano predictor? Anything can happen at any time. This dimension is random. That your parents, you were born to, how about the most fundamental things? You were born to two people that you didn't know. Isn't that crazy? Who chose them? Did you choose them? Are you responsible for that? Your narrative that you use to abuse yourself? To torture yourself? And then to defend the self egoically so you can't go through that transformational process and become a new person, go through a difficult period and come out transformed for the better at the other end in the crucible of purification process. My goodness. What is wrong with your priorities? Maybe our stupefied culture is distracted with other nonsensical things instead of what really matters. Could that be the case? Can that happen from time to time in history for unexplainable reasons? Can we stop blaming others and get better ourselves with nothing but the barest of essentials? Because that's all we need to generate and manifest our beautiful, wonderful, insightful, helpful, magical contributions that so many good people have made to what otherwise would be such a great communal experience if it wasn't being poo-pooed by poo-poo interests that create more poo-poo for the world than they do goodness. And yet, if people get stuck in their ways, just think of it as a vehicle that gets stuck in the mud. Will it move or not? And yet, what part of this world do we really own? Or what part of it did we determine? And yet we get into conflicts, egoic conflicts, based on these things all the time, not just on an international level, which is catastrophic, but on an interpersonal, day-to-day, where it matters, philosophers' sandals on the hot asphalt during the noonday sun, somewhere on the coast in Spain, maybe, kind of way of being instead. Because I don't care how many philosophy books if you've read, but if you don't have sandals special type of sandals on that hot asphalt, you're not going to be having a good day. And strapping those books on that on those bare feet, and just imagine that asphalt. It's a square. It's 1,000 yards in a circle, freshly asphalted surface, flat top, in the noonday sun, with bare feet. You're a philosopher. Because of those books. Now walk through life like that. And that is about the goodness your philosophy is. Which is to say, not at all. So forget about theoretical philosophy. I mean, it's a part of it. But the practical aspect of generating positive energy, positive causality in this world. You see how smart this is? When we're all doing great, when we're all doing the best we can do, when we're helping people within limits, when we're setting healthy boundaries, respecting ourselves and others with so much more dignity than one otherwise would, because you have so much more to give and share and manifest authentically, realistically, and so abundantly that other people think, no, in fact, they know that you are blessed by God. But whether they know it or not is not the point. The point is to manifest that goodness and to share it in a good, skillful way, but not over much. You see, you can take that train straight into pure nirvana. Like the sweet, sweet nectar of a sweet, sweet mandarin. That exotic, tangy, pungent taste of good things, life reaffirming things, of return to vitality, a return to health, a return to purification, a return to good thoughts, a return to the good memories, the good words, the good teachers. Oh, a return to the good teachers. 1, 2, 3 books, maybe. However many you can carry, but just the most condensed you can get. Maybe the notes of all of the, perhaps, if you were misguided like myself, thousands of books, but condensed down to maybe only 1 page. To condense the abstractions to good working, good producing, good being. Free from constraints. I am sometimes flabbergasted how difficult it is for an individual to navigate dealing with reorienting, or let's say subjugating the self. I think let's make another bridge to Christian practice. Good ones. See, there's a lot of good Christian practices. they just sort of lost their meaning, they lost their flavor, they lost their juice and electricity for different reasons. People were too busy. Really, they didn't have time to practice religion. They didn't allot enough time. Times became too hard, really. And so you had all these people all at the same time, not all of them being educated well, and all of them having these dynamic energies at different stages of development, different stages of learning. And then these different cultural contortions happen, war, earthquakes, you name it, famines. Look, everything's been challenging, so challenging. I have been on the bright side, the optimistic side, and some people would say the dumb side for too long, but I'm still on that side, despite what's happening. But what can one do under the circumstance? How can one diffuse such situations, and how can one prevent such situations from happening in the future? I think those are important questions to ask, even though other things are happening that do require urgent attention. But it has to be a collective effort, because these things are too damn complicated for any one person to figure out. And look, I'm not about finger pointing. I think that's wrong. I think if everybody does well for themselves, there will be no conflict, including not becoming machines of misinformation generation, which incites people to further conflict. Which is to say, the concept of deconflicting a conflict, but how to do that successfully. Just as a theoretical matter, and not to be applied to any one thing at this time, as some vulgar, quick-witted people might want to conclude, but that's not the case. That's where academia should be separate from politics, but you see, today we don't really have that, unless it's in the form of something like this, which is a contemplative exercise just for fun. Try out a few ideas. Does this work or not? The stupid practice, stupid mind you, people think, at least people that are ignorant, think that raising frequency practice is dumb or stupid or shouldn't work, and so they don't try it. But it does work. If you did it effectively, skillfully, and you know it works, because you're raising your energy, you're bringing the party. How can you do that, but nobody else can? Because you're on the 5 precepts and a couple of other basic things, but you're a really dedicated practitioner. You use every minute you have for that instead of getting messed up or getting distracted. That you just have a repository of pure, burning, good vibes. But, it's not enough. It's not inexhaustible. But you conserve it, but you apply it to those things that bring you even more joy. Even if it makes no sense to others. In fact, even if they disapprove of it. Because that's their perspective on things, isn't it? Which is imperfect and delusional. So, look, we're complicated. This is the thing. I want people to think. We've been given this sort of one character dimensionality. They sort of flattened our personalities into this average. But self-actualization is regrowing or reconnecting with those ancestral roots and traditions and ways, and immersing yourself in that, and trying to see it through a modern lens, though, not getting sentimental or corny, realizing that sometimes first adopters are at an imperfect expression of it, but that it is, of course, something that can be further refined into infinity. And that's how it always remains contemporary in the form of individual enlightenment practice. The contemporariness is the lens of your enlightenment or not. The darkness of your lenses, the blindness to perfectly clear 10, 10, right? Or 100 of 100. Eagle-eyed, falcon-eyed, a million-mile eye, distance, clarity, potentiality, if you can achieve it. That's the legend. I don't claim to have seen it myself, but I've heard it's possible. So these are earth-shaking, unbelievable, profound, earth-shattering, karma-shattering, delusion-shattering, wonderful, rich, beautiful, good, impactful, life reaffirming, optimistic, carefree kind of energy. You know what I'm talking about? Just manifesting through us, just being shot through us like these solar events that align every 11 years or so. This cosmic energy, and we're electromagnetic component, connected entities with our bosons around us, manifesting or not, consciousness and thought, a trinity of actors, a geometric idea, a concept, an infinity. What could be more spectacular, life reaffirming, enlivening be than that? If it's sincere, if you've come on this journey and seen it at least just one time, experience something like that. Such an authenticity, it's overwhelming, like that. What more convincing do you need that good is good? And that is why one should practice good practice with roots and branches, deep roots, the deepest of all roots, the highest of all high, the mightiest of mightiest, the inexplicable inexplicableness. Behind the power, behind the power, behind the power, behind the power, behind the power. Why would one find fault in something so spectacular like that? Another problem out there is people are taking life way too seriously. Trivialize your suffering. Like, stay with the suffering, right? right? Stay with the suffering. Stay with the hard floor practice. Let Mother Earth hug you from the back. Stay with the suffering. It has to be burned off that way, but depersonalize it. And also be compassionate. You know what? Yeah, that whole event was very traumatic, and especially if it was suppressed on some level. And now it's being provoked. And so some of that, because it's been stored in that mysterious way, nobody understands, it needs to be released because it's just ready to explode. But it has nothing to do with the reality of now. It's a negatively charged memory, experience, you name it. A way of seeing things, narratives, poison narratives, explanations, incriminations, all the bad things people do, jealousies, envies, obsessiveness, possessiveness. God, it's so challenging, this world of ours, isn't it? We're never always as skillful as we want to be. We do make mistakes, for God's sakes. Forgive yourselves for that, but don't stay making mistakes. Learn from your mistakes. Cease from your mistakes. Let them go. And the major mistake is holding on to grudges in the past and worrying about a future that isn't predictable. We like to think we can predict the future. We can't. So lighten up. Take things less seriously. Live in the now. Oh, you're suffering? Trivialize that. Oh, big deal. You didn't get your way in some complicated matter that was multifaceted, that you perhaps imperfectly understood for different reasons that no one can know. Accept it. It was a mistake. But all of life is a mistake. It's a mistake you were born. It was a mistake that lightning hit the church steeple instead of the tree. That would have been a mistake. But then if it hit something else, it would have been a mistake there too. That's not how this dimension works. Our expectations are not this dimension. But that's not the fault of this dimension. These dumb expectations are delusional. They're defilements. But we have them. It's normal in some cases. But getting rid of them is a good thing, although it feels like a painful thing, counterintuitive. We have all these suckers out here sniffing for dopamine like dogs instead of embracing adversity. What is bothering you? What is the existential void? What's the center of that? Why not use a void if it's a void? And void out the other things that are bothering you instead of the good things that are around you that you're not noticing because you're distracted with the bad things. You're focusing and then making them even worse. Is that good practice? Is that skillful? Does that work in the artisan's workshop where everyone has to work very carefully and exactly with the very right tools that are very refined for the very refined processes that they're doing in multiple different layers and processes over a period of time in many cases, sometimes years or even decades or a lifetime, an artwork of your life. Building it incrementally out of mind moments that are free of defilements and full of goodness, good attitudinals, intentionally mantra, positive attitudinals that do add to our lives in a very deep, meaningful way without us even being aware of it because it's on such a deep, 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 deep level, a level beyond levels, beyond our understanding. beyond the rational mind, beyond the blocks, beyond the energies, above, away, over the power of Almighty God. That you connect with that, you resonate with that frequency. How can you not say that that is not the better path? You would be a fool to say so, would you not? And yet, people deny it. They deny themselves the compassion of that because they are foolish and they are unskillful. But of those of right view, right mind, right effort, oh wow, you can get results. It's a lot harder than people expect. But my God, what duty other do you have to yourself than to start the compassionate way? How crazy is that? You're not going to allow yourself to evolve your way of seeing the world in a way that fills you with joy, like overwhelming quantities of self-produced, genuine joy out of thin air. You will deny me connection to that. For what reason? What could be the good reason for doing that? And why would that be a good reason? You see, question your logic. You could be being too hard on yourself. You won't give yourself permission to just start crying your eyes out. Whatever it was, it did hurt you. Let yourself be hurt. Let yourself. It hurts, yeah. What happened to you? I'll admit it. I can see it from here. I'll take your word for it. You're probably telling me only the half of the hurt, how it hurt. Not even that. Kidding me? How can you tell me how hard it hurt? How could I know that? Why should I know that? I can't know that. You shouldn't know that. You should forget that. You were not built for that. That's a defilement. It's out of thin air. It's in your mind. It's a contraption. It's a fabrication. It's a frame. It's an attitudinal. It's a mood. It's a feeling. A cosmic feeling, perhaps. A karmic feeling from a past life. It's beyond rational. It has no rational. It's an energy dispersion. It's not personal. It's how the body works, the mind works, the spirit works. Father, Son, Holy Ghost. Buddha, Hermes, Jesus. There is synchronicity there, okay? There's dogmatic things that can lead to fights and there's conflicts and controversies, but there's also good things in them all. And they fit together pretty well if you're sort of a well-minded person that's just looking for very good and essential insights. Then it's really not about the classification of those things. It's about the application of those things in a consistent, authentic, grippingly authentic, essential, convicted, passionate practice. Just full of juice all the time. Using the juice of suffering like wine, but That wine, using it like elixir. There you go. Get away from wine. 5 precepts, new wine. See, let's also not forget the Silk Road and all of the medicinal, the Ariata healing practices that are constantly evolving, by the way, that are super insightful, that really were also well known amongst the first circles of samanas. That was such a marvelously dynamic cultural microcosm of worlds and experiences and trade and practice, and it's unfortunate that much of it was lost, but some of it can be reconstructed into modern forms with celestial results if applied properly, bringing massive amounts of prosperity and goodness to the practitioners of the thousands of styles. So we're talking a level, such an inspirational level that's beyond all comprehension. I think that's the takeaway, folks. So let's not get caught up on the little petty stuff, and let's not run around with our dinglings and get bogged down with worldly ways and sufferings and desires and cravings and aversion. Damn it. Let's stay away from aversion. That stuff can kill you. It does. And keep yourselves regularly practicing so that you get the results that are automatic only when your practice is sincere, and that is up to you, bucko and buck-ass. You got a messed up personality or mood or health, or that's your own damn problem. Thank you very much. It is nobody else's fault. Take responsibility for your life, which can be magical if you make it so. This life is not here to provide you an answer. You are to provide life an answer. By cultivating, curating, refining, purifying the meaning in your life, dewdrop by dewdrop into star juice that you drink, that's been energized by moonlight, that can release wonders in the body for healing purposes, releasing one of all sicknesses, all neuroses, all inner workings and writhings and sufferings. Spiritual health juice. Just by looking at the symbol, you release that type of healing powers from within. How would such a thing not be priceless in terms of spiritual health and renewal? A renewed faith in humanity. Yeah, that's an aspect as well. Make your religion juicy and nutritious and vital and essential and good. You get bad results from it, it's bad religion. And religion can be anything. It can be people worshiping vintage cars. That's your religion. Yeah, your world revolves around that. Just admit it. We put these labels on things. No, well, that's not an official religion. Well, that's essentially what you're doing. So make sure your religion is not misguided, has the 5 precepts, and is vital, is real. When you're not doing what you need to do, you're doing your religion. And you're doing your religion while you're doing the thing you're doing. You're doing the thing you're doing religiously because it's meaningful like that, because you're making it meaningful like that. You're mining your own gold out of your own everyday existence, which is where you are right here, right now, no matter what. And there's forms and conditions associated with that, and it's random. And so you can detach from those and just see your being where it is and be there where you are with what you have or with what you don't have, and with the expectation to have this thing and that thing. And why can't you just drop that part and be free of it? There's no necessity, no inner necessity, just the narrative, that's all. Keeps repeating itself, stop repeating it, it never comes up again. Was it there? Well, if nobody else knows, if it's your own stupid inner dialogue and you drop it, look, problem solved. That's how it's done. Just because it comes back does not mean you have to entertain or engage with it. Drop it. Oh, there's that dumb thought again. And see, you've already changed your mind. You will win that battle if you use your resources, which you have. You're just not utilizing them properly. They're misguided. They're misattuned. They're low frequency. See, the low frequency is such a great cheat code because just by raising your frequency with idiotic things, props, juggling, tennis balls, come on, are you serious? Yeah, you trick your frequency up on the id level, the subconscious level. It's a language it understands. Then you're raising your frequency so that you can make the insights and breakthroughs of the other things that are wrecking your life that you can stop and change, even if it's an attitudinal. For example, reevaluating a rock bottom experience and saying, you know what, in retrospect, God, that saved my life. Absolutely. If I didn't have every iota of pain that I experienced that it took to change my mind, I wouldn't have changed my mind. I wouldn't have. And then all these miraculously brilliant, wonderful, meaningful things wouldn't have happened. I wouldn't have let it happen because I would have been stuck in that imperfect mindset that has nothing to do with compassion, but does have a lot to do with sadism and blame and control and dependent outcomes and exterior validation and more narratives upon more narratives upon more frames upon, and then we get lost in that jungle real quick. We find ourselves in a dark, dingy dungeon. Those types of traps, they're all over the place. They can be sprung in an instant, and they're sticky. Even if you're a locksmith, these sticky aggravations out there, some of them are worse than briars, much worse. Ever walk through a briar patch somewhere out there in Pennsylvania, Ohio, Virginia, Tennessee, somewhere down there, maybe up there, Maine, California, New Mexico, thereabouts, you know. Those things are hard to get out. That's these bad thoughts and these bad ways, these bad attitudinals. So give yourself the time, have the compassion, do it. It's one at a time. That's a great saying. It really is. one my moment at a time, it is bearable. Take to heart, O unworthy fool, such as I was and am. Never regret leaving behind a suffering that you don't need. You just think you do, especially when it presents itself as being so important. Take pleasure in dismissing it and treating it like an apparition and a boob, because it is. It's just playing the part. It's not there. It doesn't matter. It's only you thinking it does. And in the way that you do, that is imperfect, use it as transformational dissatisfaction. Earth sign, so inverted triangle with a dash near the bottom tip. Earth plus fire equals transformation in the crucible. And just stay with the process. You don't even know how much karma you need to burn yet to even get to a normal level. Stay dysregulated in spurts, break up the clods and let the gunk flow out faster that way, and then build yourself back up from scratch in a reasonable, healthy, compassionate, patient, insightful way, with a lot of boundaries and a lot of appropriate attention to appropriate, simple, wholesome things. Ladies, how about getting back to baking spectacular cornbreads in very simple ways that are healthy and full of essentially everything you would need if you were to take a long hike. For example, it has the fiber, but it also has all of the salts you need, as well as fats. It's heavy in fat, it's dense in fat. So that it's a caloric bomb. It's a fiber bomb that you can also dry out later so that it can be preserved for a long period of time. You can chop it up and put it in milk, or crumble it, or put it in soups, or what have you, on the trail or at home. As long as you place it in a place that maybe has the right conditions for conservation. And of course, isn't attacked by the wildlife. So that's a skill. I don't care. You get some brainiac says that's not worth learning and experiencing and perfecting over a lifetime. They don't know what they're talking about. I don't care what they know. But an enchanting young lady that's an expert in arts, useful arts such as that, and brings that to shares that part of her life with others if she so chooses, and she chooses very wisely and intrepidly, but not rashly and not hastily, allowing some time for personal development so that one can first know what would be right for one if one were to go that way or not. Because of course going not that way is perfectly acceptable for noble people that don't want to have kids prematurely, or for two people that aren't ready for it, because they want to be responsible citizens and neighbors and members, upstanding members of the community that contribute a lot to the best parts of our lives, when they are not weighed down with worry or blame or inner voices telling them that they're not good enough or not smart enough or what have you. didn't accomplish enough. I like that one. Here's someone whose face lights up every time they see me. They go, become ecstatic. That brings me cornbread, but they don't know enough to be a good person, according to some Poindexter or rotten eggheads. Who cares what people like that think? I don't even, I mean, you could tell me anything and I could believe it. If it's true for them, if people do that, make that mistake, that's so fundamental. No wonder they're blocked and stunted and manifesting ill will in the frames that they're stuck in. They can't leave it behind. They can't let it go. They can't see things from a new point of view. This is the here now. This is not yesterday. This is not 5 weeks from now. This is right here. This is what you're bringing to the table. Is that right? Why should I accept that? This is not me. This is not mine. And if it's not you and it's not yours, then you dispense with it as efficiently and skillfully as you can. Get down and bow 5 times. Don't do it in front of me. It doesn't matter what I think. You go to your place and you bow for you to rid yourself from a haughty self, a conceited self, a wounded self. How can your self be wounded if you have no self? This is your teacher. This is your energy. Would use it. This is your reminder. This is your practice. This is what makes you strong. You took the hit, and now you're going to get it out right now. And then it is gone right now. And it is not suppressed. It's not part of you. It was just a form and condition. And that's how you stay purified. But it's a repetitive process, a religious practice, if you want to look at it that way. Someone practicing religiously is a religious practitioner. Otherwise, it's just words. And it's not about authority games or pyramids or hierarchies necessarily. It's about getting your own personal, non-personal results in a purified mind and body program that is your responsibility to execute with the brilliance, the beauty, the composure, the civility, dignity, and respect that you are all so infinitely capable of. Don't let yourself down, and thereby don't let us down. Ever. In this life. Use it to transform into something better. That's the message. Get to work. When all of the planets align, only then does the karma burn commence. But you've put yourself in the position and you've given yourself the patience and you've put in the dedication, the right effort. And you didn't look away. You didn't let yourself get distracted. You didn't change priorities. You stuck with it, especially during the most excruciating parts. Because why? Why should it be excruciating to be with yourself? That's the first sign. So don't run away, that's normal. Sit there and watch it out until you get a grasp on it. And you're going to have to feel it as long as that process takes until you get it. You develop a key. You figure out a way how to disable it. And then it's like pruning branches. You prune the most annoying ones. But sometimes they're the thickest ones. So you have to, then you'll find something of opportunity that you can manage at that moment. And that's what you snap. Incrementalism. And also fragmentation. You embrace fragmentation. You embrace burning, right? You embrace a bunch of other counterintuitive things to get that alchemical process roaring in many cases. It's not a little here, a little drop of this, a little drop of that. It's you set off a chain reaction that blew you up in ways you weren't expecting. You had grenades being sent out of the hell realms at you, hitting you straight in the face when you're just trying to relax. So it's easy to understand how people think something's wrong with them when they are undergoing that transformation process, but they need to stick with it and understand what they're dealing with so that they can stick with it in a patient way and an understanding, compassionate way. There is light at the end of the tunnel, brothers and sisters. There is. That is not a mirage, but it is damn hard to get there in many cases. Some of your lives, they are terrible in every way, unimaginable ways. You might not make it this time around, but you can get closer than where you are now if you put in what you can put in with what you have. What little you have, use it for wisdom. It'll pay you back. This is the wisdom, practical, applied wisdom. The other wisdom is not wisdom. The only thing you do, you are only as wise as what you manifest. You're manifesting neuroses. You're not wise. I don't care if your IQ is 5,000. That's a turbo engine with no navigation. The navigation is important. In fact, the whole venture, and whether what you do in the first place is important or not. And if you're doing unimportant things and not excelling at it, who's the dummy? The smart person or the dumb person that didn't do that? So a lot of us have been overeducated and think we're smart, but we don't have practical philosophy that works for us to release these energies. And for some reason, there's a lot of disappointment with religion that has turned into just a general dismissal of it, which is not a wise thing to do. All religions have some redeeming factors. It's just what are those and why, and what are the other ones that aren't so much, and maybe not practicing those. Or even better, if the religion or the school of the, like for example, the Theravada school within Buddhism is essentially sound, authentic, then they're guides and good examples for all other organizations to follow. And perhaps even reform themselves. Say, hey, you know what? I understand how our school decided on this opinion, but given the new data, he was wrong. And so they adopted this position based on these new insights. This is what real Buddhism is. It's not stuck in the past. It's right here, right now. But of course, you cannot over abuse those things. See, some people think, oh great, yeah, let's take this and do bad things with it. Let's change it for the worse. That's not good, but you need to know when that point has been reached and not go that far, so that you would make a stupid change that is an insult to the true teachings. Some type of odd attempt to distort things. But look, this is this dimension. But I'm sure the Buddha didn't make all the rules he made against incorrect behavior if they were not encountered at some point in time. What is the assumption, brothers? What do you think? Is that an accurate opinion, or am I misguided? Please consider what I just said and let me know if I am wrong. I really do like changing wrong opinions once I get the right information or the right perspective, which leads to good outcomes if it is truly good, but is not blindly followed because you're operating in the spirit of goodness and not in the description of goodness that is being interpreted wrongly. And these matters do matter. It matters as important as these. So do not accept poor substitutes and always be evolving and refining your practices and precepts and insights and refinements. That's the whole process. That's what transformation means. Renewing yourself in a positive, wholesome, constructive, easygoing, happy, grateful, appreciative, meaningful, deep, resounding, essential, vibrant, energetic, optimistic, friendly. Look at them smiling like crazy. Look at them. They're just, see, they know how to do that. They are that. They're not the mope. They're not the wet blanket. They're not beating themselves up about nothing anymore because they learned how to stop doing that. God, they're so blessed. Look at them. They're so fantastic. They're truly next level inspirations for all of mankind. They are in many ways our ultimate accomplishments in the way that they so well live. So here's a very important point. Why do we need skill? Because these things we encounter in this dimension, they are powerful and negative. And you need skill, otherwise you will be overpowered by them. And raising your frequency is one of the first skills after the 5 precepts. 5 precepts is non-negotiable. That must be paid. Everyone in the world didn't want to pay it. That was normal and common and vulgar and don't. And the causality, the science of that is they don't get any damn results worth a damn because their practice isn't worth a damn. Because it's not skillful in all dimensions, including sometimes playfully experimenting with things, but coming to the right conclusions and then abiding by them without delusions about those things being good or not, or more complicated than things need to be than a very simple practice that does not lead to bad outcomes by design. Or if it does, is adaptable enough to the new circumstances to make that good too, as quickly, efficiently, and selflessly, without self, as possible. Because you don't own the vibrations of the universe. You don't own this change and this randomness. That's not you. That's not yours. Never was, never will be. Never needed to be. You just thought so, or some aspect of it. Forgive yourself. This is something human beings do. We conceptualize things and think they're real. And sometimes we conceptualize the wrong things, like all of the defilements. But what do we need to do? Well, we need to have a good practice to get rid of it and also know what we're dealing with. It's not coming from outside. It's your inner reaction that's important. That's where all of your autonomy, all of that power, but also all of that skill that you can apply. You can do it delicately. It has to be done so that you will accept it. Your ego will get out of the way, like ego crushing, so that you can release this thing or the things that are bothering you. If they're bothering you. If they're not bothering you, don't go looking for bothersome things. You get caught up into the theory, you get caught up in pathologies, see, because people are curious, and you're off in the weeds. You don't have any damn practice. You're distracted with fancy, elaborate things that are essentially meaningless. You memorize it, pass a test, 1 year later, talk to me about it. What? I didn't read that book. Oh, wait a second. That's an education. You're wasting your time. Get practicing. That's your profession, and it is required for certain makes and models, European, Western mentalities. We've always had a very religious culture, in a way. It's just modern life ran straight past that, and there hasn't really been much innovation in that field until now. Although I wouldn't say that. I do see this as an easy related lineage to transcendentalism in a way. They were pioneers. In my opinion, they took a wrong turn, but so did the politics towards the end. But the original stuff was and still remains to be pivotal for this further iteration of transformation. It's taken on these elaborately ornate and marvelous refinements that are so simple and practical and applicable, and get such shockingly, amazingly life-affirming, positive results in so many people's lives. Have been so changed by some of these teachings that have been integrated and curated. Yeah, this is okay with that. If you have an open mind and see it this way, it's not really offensive or dangerous, right? And thinking bad thoughts, saying bad words, and doing bad deeds, that's exactly what you should not try to do. So how is the practice bad again? Wait, this is a practice, it's coming straight from the devil. Well, how? Where is it? I'm trying to look. It's a collaborative effort. If this is good, that's good, this is good, this is good. No fight, no blame at all. In fact, this practice can be practiced while you're practicing other practices. You can practice jujitsu. You can practice karate. You can practice different schools. Flying monkey fist school. Something like that. There's a wonderful amount of variety in the world, and all of it is good in certain aspects. Certain aspects, not so much. Maybe this school has, for unknown reasons, a legendary teacher. Then in that time, that is the best school. It is, yes. But many people might not think so at the time. It will be debated. Oh, I don't know, this sounds too radical, or I don't like this part, it's a little bit crazy, or this is a little too emotional. I don't know, it's a little bit too individual. Who knows? If it is, then okay, it's not your practice. Nobody's forcing you to play tennis like a pro athlete, but certain tennis players do. They achieve that level and they have the inclination to do so. So it's There's people who do that, and then there's people who do that in matters of divinity. There are Olympians of divinity. And not just in books, the promise of it, the possibility for it, should one's behavior and thoughts and thinking be modified in such a way that one gets godly results. Results so good people get down on their knees, put their forehead to the floor every day, multiple times, because they are so grateful for such an effective practice. It drains them of all of the negatives that can arise, should they arise, not necessarily arising, but should they have arisen, is a means of dispensing with them elegantly and compassionately, while at the same time allowing time for reflection on what is meaningful. And does it need to be meaningful? And maybe this is also okay to be this way instead of running around through this maze of possible mishaps that often goes wrong because we have expectations that turn out to be delusional. Now, this is not to say we don't do anything, but that what we do should be well considered, to the point where we come to the decision, well, you know what? This would be worth doing, by Jove. And then if you do come to that conclusion, then do it, you fool. That's right effort. You have right view. If you don't have right effort, there's no point in starting the whole process in the first place. Halfway there is no way there. Oh, look, this is the marvelous thing to do. I'm not going to do that. Can't do that. Can't have that. What? Why not? What's stopping you? Well, my thinking right now, the frame I have on right now, which is optional, I think it's impossible to change, but it's just an abstract restriction. And I've talked myself into it. And that's why I'm suffering, because I know it is the best thing to do. I'm just too much of a coward to do it. Won't admit it. And yet I can do it. It's no big deal. What's the problem? What, you need to cancel a lease prematurely, or what type of inconvenience are we talking about here? You lose your precious tennis balls that got you through such difficult circumstances that they're collector's items prized by certain special peoples in exotic places in the world. Those? Are you kidding me? There's right here, look, there's 2 tennis. They work just as well. It's the concept, it's not the thing. Then you got the 2 tennis. They're back in my hands right now. I don't have them, but I see them. I see the practice. I'm doing it in my mind. How did I accomplish that goal? It's a miracle. I lost nothing. I gained insight. I have everything. I am lacking nothing. This universe is always perfect just the way it is. How we see that, that is often imperfect for the reasons delineated by the most enlightened one. And it's clear, if you're a person that will entertain different points of view, you'll have to concede that point if you're being fair. That he did get it right. That's why there's value there. The steel that doesn't do the job, that gets discontinued. The steel that delivers the specs overshoots the technical requirements, always delivers every time. Because it's the concept of ultimate goodness itself and personified. asset, which is why we should follow it many times blindly, such as in the case of the 5 precepts. So don't question the simple stuff and don't get too complicated. Recently, experienced someone saying that he has a few books that are his most important books, and those are the books that he comes back to and rereads. They're actually always being read, or being in a state of reading, or there's a month of the year where you will dedicate a rereading, or you'll start from the back and then work your way forward. Because every time you read it, you do read it with different eyes. And if it's a good book, sometimes that wisdom, it does need to seep in. But it also changes. It deepens. And if the books are right, see, you're not distracted and you're not overburdened. And it's not impossible. It's not overconsumption. It's curated, it's compacted. And it is part of your daily routine. It's just like journaling or drawing or walking meditation or bowing meditation or a variety of different techniques to invigorate your life, raising the frequency. That's a cheat code. Frequency can be raised just by quick bodily movements. That's how you get the id on board. Think of your internal German Shepherd, and then you start jumping up and down, acting crazy, and then watch how he reacts. He gets into this playful mode. So you're priming him, you're showing him by dancing, for example, is a way of communicating. Life is great, look at this. And the id responds. Your inner animal, it loves it. It's like taking it for a walk. It's like petting it. It's like paying it attention, like appreciating it, celebrating it, having fun with it. These bodies are amazing. And when you look amazing and you feel amazing and life's amazing, then isn't this place the best place it can possibly be? All things considered, why isn't it better? Can you let something go? Is there something not there where you are that you've been thinking about that's bothering you? Stop doing that. Always stop doing. That's the monkey mind. What's that sound? Oh, monkey mind's the monkey's at the garbage pail opening the lid again. You gotta get the stick. Then fast, it scurries away. Not that, not the garbage. 5 minutes later, ding, ding, ding. That's the monkey mind. Have some fun with it, but be diligent. Don't let that monkey get into that garbage. Maybe you have to come up with some even more elaborate strategies if that's what's happening where you are in your micro environment, in your micro monastery or nunnery that you find yourself in right now. Why isn't it serene if you're the abbot or abbotess? Why not? What's wrong? Can't do better? Who says so? You have all the time in the world and you're bored? That's your damn dumb problem that people would love to have, that had even a modicum of taste or skill to appreciate what they have, what little it might be. It might just be these 5 minutes that are the last 5 minutes of your life. Live like that. Time does matter. You're distracted, you're not there. You're in an ugly place, well, get out of it. That's what your feet were made for. Dangerous place, avoid it. Serene place, find it. Good place, stay there. Not so good place, leave. Keep things simple. Don't get personalized on things. You can get along with travelers for a time and then you can depart. No bad feelings at all, no attachments. Good times while things were the way they were. How else should it be with skillful, noble Kalyanamitta? The beautiful angels and accomplished, truly accomplished, truly free, truly good. How could anyone ever question that? I don't know why I feel compelled to comment on this, but because I've observed so much animosity between men and women, I feel like it's important to try to heal the divide holistically, because when we cooperate with each other and we love one another and we stay respectful to one another and dignified towards one another and civil towards one another, despite what the other side might do, because it's a team effort. If they look bad, you still look bad because you are connected with them in a familiar way. The Buddha had many problems with his family. You're not different. The difference with the Buddha is he skillfully managed those problems. And you can read about it. And it was messy. It was messier than the final version. You can read between the lines. You should. If you know a little thing about life. People get headstrong. People have ideas. People have expectations. Okay, this life is not easy. It's not. People fail at life all the time, and it's tragic. That's why good religion, it's a blessing. Good relationship between men and women, it's a blessing. God bless you if you have a good relationship, but don't want too much. But also don't settle for anything. Were you crazy? The easiest way to mess up your life is to get associated with some damn fool. Especially one that doesn't have the right first principles, and oh, surprise, things go wrong over time, and then people change in bad ways, and then you're stuck. And what type of hell did you sign up for again? No, you didn't. So why, right, continue to do something that doesn't work rather than just admit it doesn't and plan accordingly? Also, planning with the possibility that the other side, as unskillful as they are, might not want to accept that truth. Maybe they don't see it that way, but maybe it is that way. But of course, making those types of decisions should not be trivial. Is it that way or is it not that way? Why can't you find some type of reasonable agreement? Is it based on your ego again, or can you just say, look, we both need to look okay in this realm. We are both okay. You do something that's okay. You do things that bring you good karma. I do things that bring me good karma. Why can't we bring each other good karma? Especially if we've had children together. Why can't we come to some type of amicable, acceptable, especially socially acceptable resolution to whatever problem we might be facing, which also might require sincere communication with the other side? Such as the sincere communication that the Buddha had with his family. He did not cut them off. He did not deny them access to his jungle kingdom. They were free to come. They were free to ask him any question. And they were free to go. And some of them did. And they went angry. Some of them went, they were so infuriated that they're probably still burning that karma off to this day. But the Buddha, he didn't have an atom of karma to burn based on those interactions. What he did have was the pure truth. And they did not like what he had to say. Sometimes they did. Some of them came around later. At least that's what they say, unless that's a fairy tale. But he did not do what they wanted him to do at all after a certain point. They came to him. And he did not say, well, I see your point with those attachments. I'm on board with this because you're you. He didn't say that. That part's not recorded. So do you see why people bow when they see the Buddha? Anywhere they stop, they make a solemn bow with sincerity because of closure like that on monsters like that? That technique right there is so definitively positive that people have become true believers just because of that principle that they applied sincerely in their lives. They unblocked, removed the door that was keeping them from practicing just on the basis of that principle. How much value do you think that has? What type of value would you put on that? What price tag? Or would you pay it if you're suffering? If you're if you were just about to strangle yourself because the pain was that bad, but it was coming from nowhere, and now you have nothing. Just pure silence. Just the perfume pervading the air. Do you smell? Just as your frequency rises, things smell so much better, things feel so much better, and you're out of it. You're out of a bad mood. That's a way of describing it. The mood came, you don't know why, it burned, it passed, the fever broke, and now you have a new positive attitudinal. Or let's say an unburdened attitudinal. Anything could happen. Good stuff. The door that was keeping you from a real connection with someone that feels exactly like that is so tremendously powerful as to be really the most essential element for any kind of real or sincere relationship. But it doesn't have to just be between men and women. That could be in anything. And I really do prize relationships that do not have any type of damn sexual component to them. Men and women can associate with each other skillfully that does not involve activity that produces children. Unless that is what they want. And then they should do that. But they should be clear about that. And it should not be a misperception on either side that having intercourse is really the pre-ritual for caring for children, because that's what happens naturally. Now, this is not to say that one needs to take a dogmatic approach to these things. Accidents can happen and things can be managed in a way that everyone sees fit for themselves. But realize that there's a cause and effect relationship between anything. Now, you could awfulize something and make it bigger than it is, or you could perhaps overlook some things, and perhaps, having 10 mistakes is not really explainable, but one maybe, or two. Look, this life is crazy like that. If it wasn't meant to be, it wasn't. So don't put any damn extras on it. You can carry a kid to term and then it dies, and then whose fault is that? Is it God's fault? Some damn demon, or just random? Don't put extras on bad things. We do the opposite of that. We recognize it. We recognize any type of sincere impact we have from bad things, but we release it. And if we have to suppress it, then during our additional practices, daily practices, we burn it up that way before it gets us in our attitudinals or cosmically. Because this transition to matter from nothing has a subjective causal relationship to it, you see. Now, I keep repeating law of attraction, but that is sort of true. Your focus, your biases, you're positively biased or negatively biased, yeah, you're looking in that direction. So you're tending there. Like skillful, high performance motorcycle riders, such as, I won't say myself, but I have had some skills. Let's just say you look into the turn, right? And the body, it's all intuitive after that. If you're doing too many thinking and not looking, you're not letting your body skillfully glide into the turn, sometimes at tremendous rates of speed that I don't recommend doing. But just as an analogy, at what type of high performance level these types of principles can be applied in reliably, consistently, repeatably. So don't discount skill. Where's this? Sarcasm isn't a skill. Irony isn't a skill. Postmodernism isn't a skill. Trash culture isn't a skill. Tattoos aren't a skill. That's another thing. Look, people, I'm not going to bust you for tattoos. But there was a culture that promoted it. If you're a woman, don't get a damn tattoo, period. Unless that's in your line of business. And even then, I would advise against it. If you must have one, make it very small and discreet, and in a place that can't be seen in public. And you have to realize that loose ladies aren't in demand in places where Kalyana Mitta are amongst us. But respectable, dignified, and civil ones are. You best believe only the best is tolerated at the top. That's where good is. That's where good resides. It doesn't reside out there in the street. We're talking about real refinements, real politeness, real compassion, but within its real context of a holy life that is firmly, committedly, unwaveringly devoted to the 5 precepts as a basis of practice that is indisputable for everyone, including lay people. You're not a lay person, in my opinion, unless you have the 5 precepts. You're not. You're just a Padujana. See, that's the difference. People think lay people mean everybody. No. Just those. But what do you mean just those? Those are the good people struggling in this very challenging life. But of course they don't get it right all the time. It's a constant practice. But with practice, you get better. That's the point. So it's better to start early and to stick with it than to start late and gradually build up those essential skills, because man, I'm telling you, later in life, you rack up all that foolishness. It hurts. It hurts. That karma, that is the realest stuff you will ever burn. That is high octane burning stuff. That is not nice. If it's bad things behind it, perhaps you underestimate it. Like I said, people in the drug game, people underestimate that. They just see the money, they don't see the karma. But see, if you're producing something useful like wood that has no negative karma, but it actually has positive karma on top, you have money too, but you don't have bad karma. But look at these padujanas that pick money and bad karma. They really do make the wrong choice. That's the 5 cents wrong argument. Who tricked them? People say they tricked themselves, but we see how people trick themselves in the 5 cents wrong. It's quite tricky, isn't it? It's bait. It's a trap. Now, of course, not all the time. You're producing a beneficial service for society and being paid for it. My goodness. God bless you. People are happy to have you. You're really doing something useful. You're just getting positive karma. In fact, if you're doing it in a zazen way, it's a win-win situation. It's not work for you. It's zazen. It's ikigai. It's kanban. It's wu-wei. And so that's optimal. That's great, because we are social animals. You know what? With this whole mudita, wishing people well, that is such a wonderful, noble, grand accomplishment to have. You feel so good wishing people so much positive energy, because you really mean it. It's very sincere. You want them to have a good life. Here's this wonderful child. They have so much potentiality. You want them to have it. And then when they have a good life, when they understand these basic spiritual principles and develop a basic practice, that's wonderful for them going forward, that they can deal with these challenging issues like old age, sickness, and death without falling apart like Patujanas do, drinking themselves, drugging themselves to death all day, everywhere they go. You think I'm lying about this? Where do you live? I know some people. Look out there. Look at that face. Look, just drained. They're shocked. He knows. You know. You know. If you don't know, you don't need to know. Don't know. Don't know nothing about these people out here doing wrong things. Avoiding a fool, that's a good damn day. Love avoiding a fool. Went to the wrong house, took the wrong street, took a wrong turn, didn't meet me. That is a day, that is a glorious day. Let that be every day. Get away from these damn fools. What's their narrative again? There's something that you need to deal with. Why? Don't deal with damn fool. You know how you deal with foolishness? You create boundaries. You get away from it. You eject from it. You turn around. Hey, I just rolled into the bad neighborhood. Damn, I took a wrong turn. Let me catch this one in 1 minute. Bootleg turn, if you got to. It's better. What do you think? That's smart. That's adaptive. That's keeping your navigation system fresh. Because Google or some other satellite contraption told you to just keep on going, hit the gas. It didn't tell you to turn around. What are you doing? Going the wrong way. No, you know why you turned around. You know why. The computer doesn't know. Autopilot didn't know. You know. Because you saw a couple things that other people wouldn't have recognized. Little signposts, little symbols, little gestures, little things that don't matter to most people that are asleep. But to you, they're quite significant. You see, oh wait, the Ace of Diamonds just came out of nowhere. Who put that Ace of Diamonds there? You pick it up, and then you look on the back of the card, and it's this elaborate backing, and then it disappears. So how you disappear your suffering, however which way you do it, that's the right way, and do it regularly. It is your responsibility. And you need compassion to start the process, and you just should stay compassionate and patient with the process. That is virtue towards yourself. That is virtue towards others. That is valuable. But to deny yourself that's sadistic. You're being sadistic if you won't give yourself permission. If you think you're that wrecked and worthless and wrong enough that you won't start that process, then yeah, that attitude needs to go. That's what's keeping you. You have permission to be compassionate to yourself and start this process. You have it. I give it to you. You won't. If you won't do it, I just did. I gave it to you. I've given it to you time and time again. I'll give it to you every time, but don't give up. Don't give up. Fight the good fight every time, no matter how much it hurts. It's always the better way. It is the path to salvation. Virtue is the path to salvation. That is why it has always been considered unquestionably good. But virtue, again, is this label. We like to apply it to anything, but not everything is virtuous. Be discriminating. Don't sever your own feedback loop. Look at how environmentals and thoughts are influencing you and classify it wholesome or unwholesome. That's it. No more extras. No more hot sauce. Keep it plain and simple. You don't need to eat too much either. You don't need to think too much. What's thinking get you? If it gets you defilements. That thinking is counterproductive. It's egoic thinking. Get rid of your damn ego. Nobody needs it. You don't need it. You just think you do. That's the problem. That's delusion. You don't need it, so let it go. It'll come back. But once you let it go, you're going to let go of all those attachments too, and that's really the catharsis that the process provokes, which is so life-affirming on every level. Except to impenetrable dunces that don't see the value in that, which there are many. So if you're overwhelmed, that's fine. Then just take a break, take a breather, come back to it. You can listen to it 1,000 times and still not understand it. It's got to seep in. That's how the brain works. That's how decompression works. That's how fragmentation and synthesis works. That's how purification works. That's how directionality works. That's how the power of the universe works in all dimensions. Despite what pathogens say or think or want or care about. So I hope that was instructive. And if there was even the smallest bit of value in any of that, do make sure to make a generous contribution to reward yourself for your own dedication to the magnificent truth that this practice embodies. Here's something to also be advised about. Any type of problem that you might have, you lost your lunchbox and you really, really needed it. It was really, really important. You really, really, really liked your lunchbox and you lost it. And now, because you might also just be a HSP, someone who's really sensitive, which is actually really good, but losing your lunchbox is a common occurrence. So the way you're dealing with it, it's up to you. Skillful or unskillful. What is the default? The default, the ignorant, the straight out of mommy's belly with no training and no insight, you're going to be disappointed with my lunchbox. I loved it. I really loved it. It's so particularly traumatizing in my case, and because I'm so sensitive, like almost you could say, if you're really sensitive, some people are sensitive. Like, for example, noise pollution. I talk to people all the time, this culture is the culture of lawnmowerism, and how do you know that? They look at me like I'm crazy. And I say, listen, you hear all this noise? What the hell's being accomplished here that's worth a damn, that's worth all this damn noise and aggravation? Look around. Place looks crazy anyway. People are crazy and they're doing crazy things and they don't really know what the hell they're doing anyway. Including falling in and out of relationships for no good reason other than they were bored or thought it was good enough for a time and then might have moved on to better things. Wait a second, I wrestle with you and get this, but if I wrestle with this person and get that, that's better for me in a chimp-like kind of way. This chimp, he dispenses more grapes, and so what do you got again? Just a banana here and there? You're no good. You see this in the chimp world all the time. It's hilarious. You want to have a good relationship with another sentient being? Well, you got to bring something to the table there. And if it's sincere, you will most likely have a sincerely good relationship, but you do not control anything outside of yourself. And even in yourself, you don't control all that much. If you're suffering about things that you're taking overly serious that really aren't serious at all. It's just an emotional hang-up that you know that other people have, but of course you couldn't have those. But looking at why you're suffering about a particular thing, does the description apply to that for you? Emotional baggage, emotional needs that are unresolved, emotional desires and cravings, like being externally validated. Is that a common, vulgar, normal thing for people to have? Yes or no? Ask yourself that question. Answer it truthfully, and if you say yes, then be compassionate for yourself in your own case for being so deluded to take these things so seriously that you're driving yourself crazy in many instances. The ego is not built to let these things go skillfully. Quite the opposite. People are getting killed every day, every hour, because they're not solving these issues internally, alchemically, spiritually, and letting these damn dumb things go before they kill us and others. That's not important. Your practice isn't important. God isn't important. Goodness isn't important. Yes, it is, dummy. It has always, 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 everywhere, all the time, always been important. It is important. It's the most important damn thing. Forget everything about your day. Forget what you thought about it. Forget all these corny, toxic stories you tell yourself. All of it is a lie. You didn't get what you want. Depersonalize it, abstract it. Someone didn't get what they want, what they thought they were going to get, and the difference between the two, that's that crazy zone. That's the suffering zone. You're suffering right now, you're not special. Your reasons aren't special. It's not the other people. It's how you're perceiving it. Let it go, damn it. Let it go. It's got its grip on you. Let it go. Bring the patience. Don't bring the force. You have to release it. You cannot throw it until you release it. And your hand, your mind, your ego, it's holding on like you're trying to remove some wonderful, essential thing, life-threatening thing from its grasp. Because it takes it so importantly, because it's diluted. It's normal to do that. It's infantile to do that. It's childish to do that. It's counterproductive to do that, and it's extremely painful, or at least it appears to be, for people that have these attachments, these defilements, these attachments that are producing defilements, in some cases on a level subconsciously that is inhumane. It is. It is not being compassionate with dumb animals, of which you are the dumbest if you're suffering about these things when you shouldn't, because it's the definition of unskillfulness. Want this, have this, comparison, dissatisfaction, suffering. What? How to break that up? Well, seeing it helps a whole lot, doesn't it? Ego doesn't want to see that way, but see this third-party observer. The narrator, the narrator of your life, that's you. Your story, you're responsible for that. Other people telling you your story, you believing it, that's you doing that. You believe them. You're the bad guy, that's what they say. You believe that? Is that true? It might be from their perspective. Put yourself in the perspective of the other side. We think we do that, then we end up strawmanning them. And then we end up staying in these psychological dilemmas and blame games without dispensing with it in the noble, skillful way. Now, once you get to a certain level of expertise, these things never get their hooks in you, because your perspective is already insightful, such as forms and conditions, randomness. And why would I want something from this person that they can't give me in the first place, such as a feeling of validation that I crave, but they can't give it to me. They could never have given it to me. They could have given me the illusion of their approval, or indeed, it could be sincere approval. For example, people, they sincerely love me. But there are people that sincerely don't. And there's also people that insincerely do. No, I do love you. I do. They're telling you that. They're screaming you in the face. I do. Forgive me, because they did something that someone who did love you wouldn't have done. Right? There they are. No, but they're convinced. You say, no, you don't. Right? You wouldn't have done that if you did love me. So guess what? It's over. I don't want to deal with somebody that's deluded, thinks they love me, and then thinks that's acceptable, and then thinks I'm the person that's the problem that doesn't find that acceptable. Or perhaps specifically told them that up front. I don't want that, and I'm not going to deal with someone that won't accept me, my conditions, my preconditions, my boundaries, my values, my expectations, which I'm going to be brutally honest with in the beginning so that there's no misunderstanding. And yet still misunderstandings happen. But at least you know on your side, you went into it with clear parameters, clear boundaries, clear expectations, such as, despite how great this relationship might be for a time, it is still not, cannot be definitive for my own internal work or mind state. I'm in a rage. I am nearly blind with depression. That is not any external, that has no external factor that can justify it, even if we are dead set convinced that they do. In fact, that's the whole problem. The more convinced you are that you can't do anything about your internal attitudinals, the less effective your practice could ever be. That's why not believing in a religious practice and not having a skillful one is a self-defeating problem, which is bad, but now that you know that, guess what you can do? Oh, look at all that treasure. Look at all that treasure. Yeah, you can stop doing that. You can recognize, catch yourself doing it, and then stop doing it. The bus is rolling. Whoa, getting in the seat, hitting the brake. Oh, let me pull that emergency brake again. I thought it was at rest, but thanks to this wonderfully changing 5 sense realm that we know who's in charge of, we were mistaken. Could it be that he, the one we don't mention, that he wanted to try to make a fool of us because none of us get through this realm without meeting a delusion in some form or another? What? Greed, ill will, and delusion? You didn't think you were going to bump into any form of that because you're perfect or special or your story is unique to this planet when it's not? There's nothing new under the sun, sucker. There's skillfulness or unskillfulness. So you're suffering about some slight to your egoic identity, which is a total fabrication, a limitation. You're this bad person, other people say so and you believe it, or other people say you're great but you still don't believe it. You are a fool. You're being foolish, which is okay. Be compassionate with a fool. See yourself. Here's this person who has the same problems as you, taking it in a bad way, and look at how they're feeling and acting and why. Why don't they just stop doing that? Why don't they know what I just told you right now? Could it be nobody told them that? Could it be that even when people tell them that, they still think in their egoic conceit and defenses that their little stinky problem, which in many cases is really nothing, they just haven't realized it yet. Their mind is serving up this narrative in these terms that are so convincing because the ego will not admit that when it's wrong And it knows it's right, by golly, because it's seeing things this wrong way that it doesn't seeing it that way. And that's why this whole train is just rolling around and delivering nothing but aggravation. And in many cases, criminal acts. People are dead. Like 5 minutes ago, there were people alive, and now they're dead because of that principle. Yeah, on this crazy planet at this time when there's way too many people doing way too many stupid things in way too many places, you best believe that that's true. There should be some website that tracks it. We could just psychologically categorize all of the crimes associated with all the wrong thinking that leads to these homicidal rages. And then just calculate, okay, how many of these things are happening per second based on the murder statistics, and there you know it. People making mistakes just like you. Just making it in such a way that's so bad that external third parties do need to be involved to stop the idiot seeing things the wrong way from doing even more damage to him or herself and others. That is damn tragic. That a human being that's capable of higher cognition and spiritual work has degraded, has decomposed, has degenerated to the point where they're just like a push-button automaton for these lower egoic elements. See, the lower elements that feel that they have been aggrieved, and then the egoic element that will not admit that that's not the case because it's captured via delusion. That, my friends, is a bad loop that can just run hotter and hotter and hotter or until something blows up, and the consequences are terrible. They're terrible from the standpoint of rationality and from a karmic, cosmic perspective. That person that you're tied via a bridge to aversion to and getting worked up about, and then something like that happens, you're stuck with them for lifetimes then, possibly. You might not be coming back to this human realm to start off at the same level that you did because of that. You might be born into the reptilian realm for thousands of years because of that. Or insect realm, or bacterial realm, right? These are the metaphors or the projections that some theoreticians have made. Can we prove it to pathogenistic, materialistic, ideologically captured, postmodern smart morons? Of course not. Can't do it. They got a whole lot of different ways, rhetorical and sophistic, and finally, ultimate finality. I mean, just because we now know the boson particle doesn't mean that smart morons are going to stop seeing the world as delusionally as they do, which doesn't include a spiritual dimension. It's just a psychological dimension, and to the point of suffering, then drugs, and that's it. On the next thing, lawnmowerism. Problem solved, mission accomplished. Or then invest in pharmaceutical companies, pull off information operations worldwide. Yeah, sure, the drugs are going to keep you healthy. Isn't it lucky we invented all that jazz? Here, I'm accredited, this person's a crackpot. You see? It's crazy. Crazy society, a limited interpretational abilities on an individual and social level. So, no, your damn problems are not special. Your ego is making you think that way. Crush your damn ego, burn it, smash it in little parts. You got a big part here, smash it again till it becomes little. Smash it again, smash little crumbs till it comes dust. Then shovel that stuff in the crucible and spark it. And this is the compassionate part. When you understand how the ego works and how it works, it needs to burn it. That means that you need to emotionally absorb the energy to burn it. That's repressed, that has been repressed. And that muscle will not release immediately, so you have to have the relaxation phase to release the muscles, then the burning phase, which you have to stick with. The normal reaction is to shut it down. It's painful. Distract yourself. Look at your phone. Don't look at the problem. No, you're going to look at the problem, not the phone. The phone's off. The phone is away. You're not looking at a damn thing except whatever it is that's aggravating you and why. And you're really putting the microscope on that, because by being able to gain distance, to depersonalize, and then to finally let it go, resolve, say, look, this is what's bothering me. I thought I wanted to repress that this was bothering me, but it is bothering me. So finally, what is the true, well, how would the Buddha look at this? You should bring the Buddha in the conversation. Bring Jesus. Pull out Jesus' spikes yourself with your hand. Just do it like you have magic powers. Jesus is there. He's crucified. You pull the spikes out. You get a ladder, pull out spike 1, spike 2, spike 3. He falls down. You have a magic wand. You hit him. He's miraculously healed. You resurrect him right there. Say, Jesus, look at this problem. In my errant wish and desire to feel externally validated, I put all my hopes and dreams for that into the behavior of someone that was already unskillful for a long time before you met them, and could have easily had been identified as such had you not had this overarching desire to finally feel loved by something outside of yourself. And of course, because yourself hasn't been very skillful in loving itself, maybe even hating itself for neurotic reasons, essentially, that you were at a disadvantage when you made that very fateful and stupid decision to think your way into a relationship with someone that wasn't relationship material. Now, physically, built for it, maybe put in 60% of the effort, but in retrospect, via life experience and age and comparisons with, for example, Kalyanamitta versus a Patujana, they're worlds apart. Worlds, universes. Later relationships with the supernormal person, and guess what? The results were way different than the initial beginning relationships where people get their hearts broken because of these stupid setups that we have in our culture that are mismanaged as well. We should not be around a bunch of randos. We really shouldn't. We're not built for that. That is also a security loophole that has been exploited by third parties, geopolitical third parties, to devastating effect in the West, specifically socially, civilizationally, economically, and politically. With the full intent that it would be that way, but by people who were creating the piss narrative that people drank, that wasn't the case, even though every honest anthropologists, also from their side, like again, look at their totalitarian regimes. Do they believe any of that nonsense? No. But they think you do because their people push it. And then they say it's your people doing that. Or people that were your people that now think that way might as well be them because they're deluded. And yet these are the people they would arrest in their own totalitarian regimes that they fund outside of those regimes for the bad effects that they know these things have. But, and of course, where they're spreading them, they take the other side. They become the devil's advocate for bad things via proxies as well. I mean, they don't show up themselves as totalitarians in the fancy courtrooms run by the fancy lawyers and luxury classes that they've set up. But they did have a little influential role in all of those things because they take those things seriously because the left is obsessed with thrown elections that they, in their conceit, feel would never work because their ideas are so good that so many people wouldn't vote for them, except people as crazy as they are. So who's the bad guy? Normal people. They're special, especially bad, but get results based on these sociopathic, schemerist machinations. At least for now. I think the damn thing is now been exposed. People are realizing the extent of the murderous, destructive consequences of all of these devilish and sadistic games. But we'll see. I mean, Rome did have to completely die before one could really say definitively that it did die. When did it die? People are still debating that. They're debating the whole concept. Did Rome fall? See, that's the thing. Culturally and then the administration is really two different things. So, but why do administrations fall? Well, people lose credibility. It loses credibility based on bad leadership. Has bad leadership because the electoral process is bad. The people paying attention are bad. The crop of people at the time are bad. Or maybe there are a lot of good people, but particularly bad people were particularly bad at that time, and that led to the causality of the other things that led to the destruction of the thing that used to be good, then got bad, then fell apart. Based on the people and principles involved. Bad people, or how about this, bad principles make bad people, make for bad conditions. And there can be a multiplication factor based on the stupid idiot ideologues and ideas that a bunch of smart morons might have at a time, such as luxury beliefs. I think that is going to go down. Actually, that's what the other side came up with, that a bunch of fools adopted. That's how we could look at it. So you have any modicum of that, you've been negatively conditioned. You do need to work on dropping every single last one of those. They were maliciously designed, maliciously delivered, with malicious intent. And have malicious causal effects that are massive, that are destabilizing, polarizing. You name it, enraging on levels beyond certainly luxury beliefist comprehension. What they comprehend is they got a high-paying job, and people that don't like that are the problem. That's what they comprehend. But they got that story wrong. Those people who think they're POSs, they're actually right. It's the ego that they have that's misperceiving that fact. But coming back to aggravations, yeah, your aggravations are not special. You have a court appointment for some reason. Look at that reason. Just classify it. Does it have to do with something that other people go through and complain about? Yes or no? got a flat tire? Is it only you, or do other people have to deal with that too? Why is it special in your case and not in their case? Do men and women often not understand each other and have acrimonial relationships? Yes or no? Answer that question honestly. Take off the rose-colored glasses there, dummy. How well do men and women really get along? Especially women that don't have any sense at all in this time. A postmodern barbarian moron that has been injected to the gills with toxicity and immorality and sexual predation as well. Yeah, 5 cents realms. Guess who's a big part of that? You know, like mermaids. The devil made them do it. The devil in between your legs. That's set to go like that. You could dig like a sculpture in a park that looks like a human butt. It has a hole in it, and you could set up a camera, and in the course of 24 hours, especially in the more mutinized zone of this planet, and you'd see people would hump it like some type of insects. So is that the devilish realm you want to end up where the crap, the sediment of the sludge tank is formed? You want to head in that direction? You want to let that little ding-a-ling take you from one stinky mess to the next and think you're going to come up smelling like roses? Hate to tell you, that's not how it's done. We got a whole crop of the worst crazy women ever produced in the West. Ever. Big attitudes, conditioning, modern conditioning, big attitudes, and nothing to show for it. And let's not kid ourselves, bad attitudes that are legendary. Also scheming and not giving a damn. See, psychopathy, everyone's looking at the male psychopath running around here with a knife, killing people, not feeling a thing. Women are probably 2 or 3 times higher in psychopathy just by default. And it's there to be able to give them a certain amount of skills when perhaps being pillaged or having children that die or moving on to relationships because people die and they have that. But no, they're the little caring, emotive kind of people, and won't they love me like Mummy did? Well, Mummy had the mummy attachment. Other women, you're not their kid. They don't give a damn about you. What's love got to do with it? You bring them $100, they'll be happier to see you. And do give it to them if they're worth it and you have it, and that's the relationship, then fine. But don't get into some type of love song, sick, stupid, backwards nonsense. Now, you're an emotive person, you love people. How much have you really loved another thing, and why? You had a book you loved. It might have been a great book. You loved it. Well, so what? Why are you getting fixed on an externality when that's not skillful? It doesn't matter what it is. Your bag of skin and bones that ran away to become 2-3 bags of potting soil somewhere else does not matter in the least from the standpoint of ultimate reality and infinity. And your purpose, your journey on this planet does not involve just them and their disappointing, backwards, perverted, or degenerate attributes. That's their damn problem. And those are problems. These loose women thinking they're rooking men and they got 3 simps on speed dial and they're texting their little fingers away and they think they're top of the world. Where the hell do you think them and their little simp crews are going? Because it's not the higher levels of enlightenment. It's not. You can see these things coming and you can see them going and you can breathe a big sigh of relief now. You don't need any damn woman. And if you're a woman caught up on men, I hate men, they're not giving me what I deserve. You don't need a damn man either. You're not capable of being a sincerely loving, compassionate person to someone who may or may not deserve it, you think? Well, F you and everybody who thinks like you. You don't need a damn man. Don't blame men for your janky attitude. It's not their fault. Look, there's a lot of bad men out there too. They do a lot of bad things. I hate to tell you. I've met many a bad man on my travels through this world, but I never decided, let me get in a relationship with one of them suckers. Use a little bit more discrimination, discernment. And yet, see, women will tell me that. Why did you pick the horrible ones? Well, they didn't look horrible when I met them. And they didn't act horrible either, so who's at fault? I wanted to have this, and they gave me that. They said they were going to give me that. And you see, but it's my fault anyway, at the end of the day. The expectations were wrong. The perspective was wrong. The person was wrong in the capacity that you wanted them. But look at that massive amount of suffering that they gave you instead, that you now use alchemically for positive personal transformation. That you are now like the equivalent of a solid block of jade, a jade pyramid of holiness, enlightenment, insight, and wisdom. And whatever that was, or they were, or what you wanted and what you got and didn't get, that's somewhere in the bazaar where the camels are parked, next to the lepers and the bums and the dogs and the trash and the unkept, unclean places that you don't go to ever. Except maybe with your pair of binoculars from a distance and just thinking to yourself, how could that have been possible? That you were that close to some type of existential crisis based on such deluded expectations. And how it could have been avoided. See, I like going back to the scene of the crime, like putting myself into my mind state, the vulnerable, perhaps egoically injured, misguided, delusional mind state that maybe a younger person would have. I want this, so I'm willing to risk it, and I'm not really cognizant how terrible the consequences can be of those risks. You couldn't have known that, and then this is what happens. It's a human comic occurrence that has nothing to do with you. People have had much worse consequences. In fact, there might have been a couple of good things out of it. Look at the good things again. The bad thing is it didn't work in a perfect way that you wanted it. The good news is it a bad person that wasn't compatible with you moved on and at least limited the damage, the amount of damage that they otherwise could have done to you. In that mode of thinking that is putting all of the responsibility for your happiness on them, or at least some part of it, a significant part of it. That was not their responsibility. You weren't yourself complete enough that even with them going, it shouldn't have bothered you. In fact, it should have relieved you. See, people that are perfectly egoically neutralized, they are happy when good people are with them, and they are also happy when good people leave. And they are not angered when bad people are around, and they're happy when they leave. They're relieved. And the less they think about them, and if they start thinking about them, they drop it, and they feel that relief again. So that's the enlightened way of looking at that. And then, of course, the compassion you have for yourself for being a delusional person, because delusion is prevalent in the five sense realm. Even the Buddha was delusional for a big period of his life, like everybody else. Born a man, acted like a man, married at 16, ran into the jungle at 29. So, what a great story. What a great story. How relatable. Now, let's return to the life of the Buddha. It's very possible that his wife was still an exceptional woman. In fact, that's sort of what the story conveys. His mother, his stepmother, was an exceptional woman. But still, she was very womanly at various different times in his life. And the life of the Buddha does describe it in great detail, which is full of humanity and a lot of humor and insight if you know what those types of relationships are like, if you've experienced them. And you look at his experiences, and it's a very modern experience, even though it's 2,500 years old. Now, I have since revised my high opinion of Socrates. I've sort of adopted the Nietzschean analysis of Socrates based on the sophism that we're plagued with today, and that Nietzsche recognized in all of its dimensionalities to be the pestilence that it is. But let's not dispute that Socrates was, in a way, some type of accomplished person that was recognized to be such. Well, his marvelous wife is known to have famously taken a chamber pot full of piss and shit, ran into the forum in front of the highest of societies during the period of high culture in Athens, and doused him from head to toe with it in front of everyone. So, yeah, the narratives women want to tell themselves and what narratives society can afford to tell them are really two different things. So, men are problematic and women too. Women have been a known damn problem. And for a priest, king, magician, whatever we had back in the old days, that was one of their main damn problems. What do we do with all these damn women before they start doing something crazy? Thinking something crazy, acting crazy, doing something. Some crazy old cantankerous loon told them that men were the problem. Got this, no, we're taking over this section that we can't manage because these people say we're important. If you don't say that, you're a bad... Like crazy, stupid problems like that we have in modern moronism. Post-modern moronism. PMM. That's the epoch we live in at this time from a standpoint of philosophy. So, what's the takeaway? Get yourself in the bowing position, get yourself in a repetitive process, and get into the habit of letting these little petty dumb things go. Men are not the damn problem. Whoa, no way. Historically, no. They'll tell you that, that's wrong. You want to hear that? Still wrong. And women are not the damn problem. You leave women alone, especially those ones that are showing every crack they can to mislead you via those 5 sense realm powers, they're no damn good for you. You needed somebody to tell you that you're a damn sucker. The ding-a-ling goes in, kids come out. That's it. Take all the extras off it. And everything else you could take care of yourself. Except that external validation part, which is disgusting and enfeebling on so many levels. It is shameful for a man to run around life doing these simpy ass things that these damn simps do at this time. And then, of course, are crushed when it doesn't work out. I mean, these guys are the ones that are making up the statistics in a lot of ways because they were told, here's this narrative. We have a social narrative. You go to school, then you settle down, become an adult, have kids, and then don't complain about it and die. Yeah, ooh, that one size fits all, though. It really doesn't work, doesn't it? Or you could just accept the realistic principle that men and women generally don't get along. They don't hang out with each other normally and naturally. They have times that they come together, and those times are happy times. And then there's times when the man is out doing stuff, and those are happy times too. And even when he's not doing stuff, even when he comes back, he might be living in a separate place, but close. Because he has things he has to take care of, like his spiritual practice or other things he's working on, than the damn domestic side of things that the woman is managing skillfully and pleasantly and happily, whether it's luxurious or not. In fact, it's better when it's not luxurious. For everyone, right? Because you might need to move, and then it's easier. And because you don't have so much junk and so much ego, you'll be much more effective in this realm of changing forms and conditions. You'll have less hang-ups, you'll have more options, and you'll have a lot more joy under more or less any circumstances because you have the right perspectives on life fundamentally, and your partner is the same way. So that's another good thing religion could do. You're a practitioner, they're a practitioner, look at their practice. Is it really good? Or are they just claiming that? Because if they are, that's not a good indicator. So don't fall for it. I also heard there's chumps predating, on women on their religious journey. Look, that is not okay. And you dumb women, that's not okay either. You're messing up the brand by being dumb in the context of religion that doesn't need that jazz in it. Even though you might secretly crave it, right? It's not the vehicle for that. Directly, but indirectly, yeah, how good is the damn practice? You do the 28 times 2 bowing every day, and maybe also 3 hours on top of that of intensive body weight meditation or dance meditation. I like that one. For women, dance, make it a little bit more fun. Put on some nice music, none of this modern crap, unless it's experimental and harmonic, not demonic, like programming you with bad messages and bad images. Now I say demonic in the clinical sense of implanting in your subconscious all types of different poison, propaganda, and attitudinals that a healthy person would better be without. And if you've been exposed to it, like they threw a slop bucket of crap in your face like all these other women, you have to wash that off, wash it out of your mind, remove the stain of it from you, purify yourself from it, detach, and remove and protect yourself from. If somebody's playing bad music somewhere, don't go in. Why? You do care about your mood. You're at a workplace, they're playing bad music, tell them to stop it. If they don't, quit. Move, do something else. This cultural war thing has a religious component and a spiritual component. All this degraded culture, art, disengage from it. University has degraded art. Don't go there. Don't give these people any cover. These are, again, if you need to look into the theory, it's a fifth column theory that the left cooked up to destroy the culture, and they're very far along with that. In many cases, they are the monopoly. They do censor the truth. They do see it as a political act, and they don't have a problem with it. Psychopathic, schemerist, narcissistic, and sadistic. A lot of it's sadistic. Control freakism, authoritarianism. We say we're good. You can't say we're not. Yeah, oh, really? What if you're not good? And it's really clear. Well, you can't do it anyway. That's sadism. Sorry, hate to tell you. You're in a sadistic system with sadistic people. And we know that's the realm of irrationality. Should they be working for everyone's well-being? Yeah, well, that's what they say they do, but don't. And you can't challenge it. So what are you dealing with? Well, that's a clinical definition that experts could agree on is sadistic. Yeah, that's the classification. So that's the wonderful thing about psychology is we can scale these things, we can apply them to different organizational principles, such as a sociological orthodoxy that is conducting war crime level vicious singings and attacks with the pretense that we're still dealing with respectable people at this time. So, yeah, it's terroristic. It's a terroristic kind of cognitively dissident, double thinking, double clutching kind of time that totalitarians don't really have a problem with. What they do not like is having any type of slip in control or slip in their narrative. That's what they don't like. But anything else, them distributing all that public money into private venues and just giving blarney in exchange for that business model does work for them on a really important level, they feel. So those are the people that came up with these programs and awful, inverted, captured, subverted cultural ideas. The PMC, Commodore minders, leftist authoritarian. So run away from that shit. Nothing about it is good. It's meant to be camouflage. Like their intentions are utopianistic. We're working for paradise, but they're not working in a way that would get anyone there except themselves off on a power trip and some type of revenge like that. They want to troll you. Like you made a video, it's really good. They're gonna write a screed, a hate screed, claiming you're the worst thing they ever encounter. Try to put you in some type of ideological box and then dismiss you as a class enemy that their ideological goggles have identified you as for being accomplished. They're actually envious and threatened and afraid of anything way better than they are, which leads to popularity, which leads to power, which they want. So you want a good hamburger and a bad one, or good food and want to avoid bad food. They want the opposite for you, and they have spent billions and billions and billions, billions and billions and billions, billions of dollars to make that happen. And also to suppress any alternative viewpoints. That's the culture you've been born into if you've been born into the West at this time. So, does that mean everything's lost? No, but why are you anyway thinking you're cut out for the university anyway? You got set up to fail. Your primary job and your uterus should be an indication of this, which lets you know at least once a month that what I'm telling you is true. From a social standpoint, your job is to, at some point, have children, and then to raise them to adults, or raise them at least past the point of being an infant, so that they can survive on their own. That is your job. That is one thing men cannot do. They just physically are incapable of doing it. And that is what your mentality is set up for. And if you don't do that, you will probably feel on some existential level like you did not do the right thing. Now, just because what I said is absolutely true does not mean all women should have kids or will have kids. So, and that is okay. That is perfectly acceptable. It's, in fact, for certain women, that is the better choice. Not because you're a bad person, but this is your karma during this life. It has to be this way. And that's just it. So guess what? The external validation machine in your case, you need to dismantle it from the inside. Your self-worth is not based on externalities. How about this? You have a wonderful man, like a legendary one, someone who's spiritually insightful, who's holistic, who is a good person. He gets killed. And the kids you have with him, they might die too. What then? Are you going to lose your mind? Like the woman that the Buddha met who lost her mind because something like that happened? You're going to be like her? How do you think your next life's going to look if you go crazy in this life? So what was driving her crazy? The suffering. Why was the suffering there? Well, her attachments. How did the Buddha solve that problem? Well, he told her, drop the attachments, and she did. But of course it wasn't simple like that. He did it the smart way. He didn't give her a commandment like that. He had pity on her and said, look, walk around this village and ask someone, if you find someone who says that they haven't run into death in their lifetime, then you do have a legitimate grievance to this day. And she walked around and she's like, hey, have you ever encountered death in this realm? And then people are like, hey honey, sit down right there. I got a story to tell. You know where I'm coming from? I'm coming from the battlefield. Like a 3-4 year campaign, you want to talk about death? What do you know about death? And so then she went from, she was like, all right, this guy, wait a second, let me move to the next house. And she went around with everybody, absolutely everybody had a story to tell. Painful stories, disappointing stories, heart-wrenching stories. And that's when finally, in the middle of the night, the alchemical process, the contradictions, burnt off all of that karmic debt that she had to pay. And the story is she became enlightened. She was butt naked, just screaming and running around the countryside in India. Cleaned herself up. And became a legendary figure in a legendary story. So that path is open, not just to women, but certainly all women. That is in the Tripitaka. So that door is open to you. You do not have to suffer needlessly. That was the Buddhist message. And you shouldn't. You should have the compassion, the dignity, the respect, and the civility to let that suffering go, despite what your ego is going to try to tell you. It's the right thing to do. And only you can do it. Your family wants you to do it, your friends, the people who have passed on, looking down from heaven. They don't want you to suffer. So stop doing it. Because you're the one doing it. You are. It's me, it's me, it's me. No, it's not you. It's just suffering. It's not you, it is not yours. But you think it is. That's the only problem. Let it go. Let it go right now. And just dismantle the complex matrix of ideas that are keeping you attached to it. They're all delusional. So, yeah, I think men and women can get together and do great things, but if it doesn't work out, it's common as rain. And it's nothing to get worked up about. And if a relationship has come to an end, be happy about that and extract the good things and the insights from the bad things, and just leave it at that, for God's sake. Don't let these things go on and on and on and on and on. And also, any children involved, that's also part of this whole comic tapestry. The mother's messed up, mother acts crazy. That's the negative karmic influence that we see in the world. She very well could be going to the hell realms for good reason, and the kid is going to have a disadvantage because of that, but that's causally related to you getting mixed up with some damn stupid hussy in the first place. So take it on the nose, that's it. That's karma, isn't it? If you're free, you're free. Now free your mind. And again, society, other people, third parties might have their own damn opinions and expectations for what you're going to do or what's acceptable to you. If it's not, and it really isn't, make your own damn decisions. If they have to be radical, then do it. Now, I like to say the Buddha ran into the woods after, 16 to 29, ran into the woods. So that's, is that 16 years? Or 10 years? No, wait a second. Is it 16, 4 plus 9? 13 years, right? 13 years of marital bliss, ran into the jungle. So that sounds about right to me. And there were, problems with his kid and his family, and he still didn't get worked up about it. And it's funny how, like, the Sangha and also the story of Ananda really does play the simp, in my opinion, in the Tripitaka. But you could think of him as a compassionate soul at the end of the day, and he did confront the Buddha with a real problem. Men and women, that is a damn big problem. That is a problem that even God didn't really, we would say, perfectly solve. As far as the allegory of the Garden of Eden go, that's still in play too, isn't it? Although in that case, the Hermetic interpretations of that in metaphorical ways can be quite insightful. And essentially that is where it's coming from, is an older story out of Mesopotamia. But that would be getting off into the weeds. That would be a series of lectures over the course of months where that could be explored in more depth. But yeah, men and women, the more skillful you are, the better for everyone, but especially for yourselves. And you will, if you have some type of karmic injury, you're just going to have to go through that burn process. Commit yourself to it, have the patience for it, have the compassion for it. And don't really resolve yourself to not getting into one relationship at another. Relationships should just intuitively evolve in a good place that you are in. And if they don't make them necessary for your happiness. Because oftentimes they're the source of unhappiness. That's really the takeaway people need to know. Relationships are probably 95% of people's real disappointments. The felt disappointments in life, I would say 95% of it has to do with male and female relationships, especially. But just relationships in general. Business partners are a problem, even if they're your same sex. Just different personalities. So the more externalities you have, the more dependencies, the more things you make dependent on your happiness, the less happy you'll be. That's sort of another takeaway you could just generally agree to without going into the specifics. So what is the point? The point is, lead a more skillful life. If you're injured, heal. And be completely healed. Do not blame other people. Do not blame the person. Do not blame the group. Heal completely. And do so without cravings and desires for things you're thinking will make you happier, because that's greedy. And it's misguided, and it often leads to tragic consequences. Like having a bunch of children with someone that turns out to be someone that is not really likable on any level. And yet you're stuck like that. And yet still, if you're stuck like that, that is your karma. Accept it, do it as skillfully as you can, and limit your exposure to aggravation skillfully, and don't do anything that could be considered karmically disastrous. Because that's on you. You'll say it was the other person that made you do it, but no, you did it. God is not gonna believe that story, so why are you telling it to yourself? Stop these damn dirty, stinky narratives to justify crap. 5 precepts very clear. The 5th precept or whatever, no sexual misconduct, that should be understood in a wide, broad sense. Like even flirting or contacting or leading other people on is, in a way, a form of sexual misconduct. Because men and women don't really deal with each other unless that is in play. And if you want to try to deny that, you're just really creating some piss you want someone else to take, which is inappropriate, sexually inappropriate between two members of the opposite sex. So these little snarky text things, your damn phones, you clear them out. Get all these damn apps off, especially these online dating or social media things. Get them all off. Your phones, you should go back to dumb phones. In fact, I think if someone hears this and says, all right, if you founded a forest monastery on my land, I invite you to come here, and I did that, the people that came there, they would have to, like the practitioners, people that would be monastics, they would have to lock up their so-called smart moron phones in like a special place that someone would monitor, and only have access to it at like a certain time per month. And then or just a smartphone, something that does not have any type of texting or other ways of communicating with other randos around the world. Because that is a really dangerous and toxic practice that needs to be re-engineered for it to work in the way you think it should work. Because really, you women, I don't give a damn how skillful you think you are. You have 3, 4 crumb bum relationships. You're more messed up psychologically than you think. And it does leave stains in the wrong places, of which psychology is the primary one. And that's the other thing. So guys, here's what I'm giving them a tip. Girls with tattoos, look, Google red flags on women and do make the list long and stick to them. I will repeat myself, but it does bear repeating. Relationships are the major source of gut-wrenching disappointments and aggravations at this time for men. Okay, so your sex drive, your libido, you want to feel you're tough and you want to be a player, you're on the wrong path. The Buddha did not think or wouldn't have thought that that was skillful in the first place, anywhere near it. In fact, there's also some funny stories in the Tripitaka about stupid idiots like these so-called red pillars or whatever else, the crack sniffers that are out there. Whole life focuses around pushing snot out of a tube in some orifice. So how could a spiritual person see that in any other terms than off-putting? And if you don't see it that way, you need to change your mind, because it is that way. None of you can pay for kids or have any idea of what domesticity looks like, and probably don't want it anyway. So evolve real quick. Just drop any of those damn notions that having a lot of notches on your belt is worth a damn. It isn't. That's a sign how much external validation you were wasting your time on. And the dangers of that cannot be underestimated. So you want to have a wife, you want to have a skillful family life, well, then you need to bring a lot of skill to the game and a lot of objective considerations, and not what your ding-a-ling wants because it wants it without any other real prudent reasons. So authenticity in practice, yeah, it has to be authentic, which means it has to be authentically experienced, but it also needs to be authentically structured, that you aren't being run around in these wrong directions, chasing tail endlessly without any idea of the foggiest notion of how psychologically debilitating these smart moron-like relationships are for the sea of emasculated, simpish cretins that are out there, no matter how many muscles they're sporting, that also look about as ridiculous as they are, but don't know it. So beware of what people tell you is tough and manly and masculine, because it's likely people that are trolling you on some level that think of men in some type of caricature, as a caricature, a buffoonish caricature of the real thing, because they don't know anyway, but are the arbiters of some type of cultural inversion that your region has been captured by for this time. But picking up a book by Plutarch, for example, that probably will disabuse your fancy notions of fancy lads at this time. So yeah, I think I've said enough on that one. Looking back on my journey, especially as a young person, I have to say I was a little bit more passionate and easy to anger. And in fact, I would sometimes like focus on things that were deliberately aggravating. And I could have really saved myself a lot of time and suffering if I didn't do that. So any young person, especially a young man that adopts good religious practice and sticks to it, like a real efficient, clean burning, clean living type of practical philosophy. Don't call it a religion. The word religion strikes you wrong. You can call it a philosophy. You can call it a life, a way of life. How about that? How neutral is that? I live like this. I don't have to say that I'm a member of some group. I don't have to identify with some leader because it's an internally motivated kind of program that is deliberately engineered to get the practitioner realistic, lived, experienced, manifest results such as an elimination of suffering. And on top of that, the injection of positive motivations and viewpoints into your life. So it's eliminating the bad attitudinals and at the same time cultivating wholesome attitudinals with right view and right effort. See, these are two things. You hear it for the first time, you think, that makes sense. Why didn't you know that before? Well, you were ignorant. That was part of the reason why you didn't start this process earlier, because it wasn't explained in such a concise, impactful way. You read books, but where's your practice? You have a lot of theory, a lot of gibberish in your brain. Somebody asks you, when did Columbus, reach Dominica? You could spit out a date, but where's your comprehensive philosophy for life, which is what really matters, really, if we're going to get real with things. You can do math, that's great, I can too. How are you living? How are you manifesting? How are your attitudinals? How are your skills? Are you living skillfully? Are you eating skillfully? Are you speaking skillfully? Are you thinking skillfully? Are you acting skillfully? Or are you delusional, greedy, or filled with anger or aversion? If so, that's your defilement bag. Why don't you empty it like everyone else that would be then super normal? If they were able to do that, a lot of people can't or won't or don't want to do that. So that right there, you see, if you can even see what I'm talking about, just even a partial aspect of it, if it's resonating with you, it's already an indication that you are a noble person. But you have not been aware of a practice or a way of looking at this dimension in such a way that you would have no suffering. Or, to put it another way, no unnecessary suffering. Right? We are animals. Like, imagine how boring life would be if we had no emotions. If we did not get angry at anything. How boring. Like, do you see the depth of emotion that has been given as a gift to mankind? As a God's gift. Because that's really the essence of life. Think of the moment in your life that was the most impactful. How could it have been impactful if you had no emotions? If you couldn't get angry, you couldn't have experienced the most impactful moments of this dimension that I hope you return to and use in a transformative way, especially if you may have been overburdened with burdens in the meantime, but you can always return. Return to the good times in life, especially in the bad times. Remember the good times. That's how the charioteer does it. That's Dagas. That's yin and yang. Things get real dark, get real bright. Condense things down to one infinite point in the universe. One infinite point in the universe. Your awareness is that. Yes, it is. Sorry. Nobody can take that away from you, but nobody can really guide you. You have to have your own internal guidance, or at least develop it in a way that one could call skillful, and skillful according to these masterful insights that the most enlightened one, Buddha himself, delivered to mankind. And it is recorded that even celestial beings, such as, for example, perhaps what one could consider to be a fallen angel, which there are legends about that maybe one or two of those were in those groves listening the most. And that's why it took them maybe thousands of years to finally turn themselves around, finally take on an ascendant trajectory to the heavenly realms as an inspirational story that resounds all over the world, everywhere. It's such a powerful story when it happens. It's such an affirmation. What a loving God we have. We have a loving God. We don't have a war God. Look, all of the old ancestral interpretations, God is multifaceted. He is beyond comprehension. All of those flowers, all of that perfume, everything is of God. The good things are of God. But his concept of holisticness is so far, we cannot comprehend it. We are limited. But we can trust it implicitly, because look how beautiful nature is. Who did that? You think that just came out of a lab? We have dimensionalities to this realm that are beyond the materialistic, that are so infused and embedded and emanating with life and meaning, that we have cut ourselves off from, because we thought we could have discarded it and not have missed anything in the meantime. But why? Why not return to good things and avoid bad things as just the general adaptation, and not really get bothered with the concept of perfection, especially in your microenvironments? Your microenvironment might be concomitant, but some people might think it's not luxurious. In fact, they might think it's ignoble or strange or inconceivable, but if it serves the purpose in a way that suits a noble person, a Kalyanamitta, well, aren't those other things a little bit trivial in comparison to that? I'd say they are. In fact, it's a funny story. I was in the deepest of bogs, in places where, there's just reptiles and dead bodies. And I was there for years, and then I came back and look at my gear, and oh, by the way, while I was out there, I was mistaken for some kind of a beast on multiple occasions by animals and man. And yet, they were mistaken. But the Kalyana Mitano how to have understood my journey in the way that it deserves to be understood. Compassion and forgiveness and patience, that's the only way through the internal alchemic constipated type of internal complex traumas that may be there. We can't see it with our conscious mind. We can't. People say, "How are you doing?" Well, in the conscious level, yeah, I'm fine. That's what you say. But down there, man, there's all types of junk. All types of junk. And a lot of it's based on our bad conditioning, which is way too much. Way too uniform, way too soul deadening. And the just common vulgar practice of suppressing emotions to maintain social decorum, essentially, that's it. Or the feelings of others, or the idea of an image that you need to convey. Like, here, I'm the guy in charge, but yeah, that horse, it did kick me, but I have to suppress that right now because I have to give a speech and tell these knuckleheads what they need to do right now. Just something as stupid as that. This life is stupid. There are stupid things happening all the time. Stupid people everywhere. Unreflected people out of control, people saying things, people doing things, people thinking things. Thinking is the most subtle level. If you can catch it on the thinking level, and that's what we're talking about right now, then you can stop the other two levels. Saying a bad word is bad. If you get in the habit of saying bad words, that's a very bad habit. You might think it's cool, but other people don't. It doesn't resonate. In fact, bad words lower frequencies or cause hostilities. That's why you should choose your words wisely and make them few. And do it at the right time. See, sometimes the truth is not what is needed at that time. And so you can tell the truth, but that's not skillful, dummy. But you don't need to lie either. That's not what what the 5 precepts is all about. No. You don't have to say anything. It's the simplest of all solutions. You should shut your mouth and not make things worse. That's skillful. Then later, maybe after everyone has calmed down and there's time for reflection and it's not a critical moment and people are just maybe open to or receptive to an alternative viewpoint, and that you can present that skillfully, not being emotionally charged yourself with the disappointment of not experiencing the optimal outcome that you not only expected but very greatly desired, to the point that you became outcome dependent, to the point that you were personally egoically invested in the outcome, and then had to experience the suffering that was created by the differential between the real situation, what actually transpired, and that desired delusional fantasy, craving, wish that had the power of 4 quarter horses behind it. See, don't underestimate the power of some of these things. And all based on some weird lens. It's your own hypersensitivity and whatnot that's magnifying that. But the problem is you did magnify it. It created that emotional junk. How to call it? It's so disgusting. I hate it every time it comes up. It's the worst of the worst. It's the dregs, the bile. Bile. How about that? Emotional bile. Thick, syrupy, stuck on, caked on, scraped on. S-H-I-T. See, I won't even say the words. You see, I'm getting more refined as I go. Skillfully. Yeah, skillfully in all things. Choose your words carefully and don't speak a lot. The more you speak, the dumber you look. Especially if you're trying to use it as some form of validation. Like, oh, I really want to get to know you, so I just keep, motor mouthing, that turns people off, right? Whereas if you keep it sort of magical, a little bit multi-dimensional, slow it down a bit, become a little bit more observatory yourself, taking in the reality of the real situation, and not being caught up in some type of desire or outcome dependency, some type of vision that you have to have. You have to have it this way and not that way. Well, there, you just did it. You sabotaged yourself subtly. And then what do you get? Of course, it's the exact thing you didn't want. And now look at that suffering. Now what are you going to do? Oh, you're going to suppress that too. And then when is it supposed to come out? Oh, it's supposed to just be disappeared. That's what the ego thought. It's gone. No, it's not gone. It's in the trash bin downstairs, and the id is starting to bark again because there's more trash there. And there's still no revision as far as high expectations goes on fantastical outcomes that nobody really should have, that one could call wise. Really? Like, what is it that's bothering you? For God's sakes, what is it? Face down, bowing position. Stay in that position until it presents itself. If you have to see something, think of like a mechanical joint with a pin in it, and it's connected to ego. Ego is involved. Any type of suffering, ego is involved. Attachment to some type of concept of self, which itself is a frame that you probably haven't adequately investigated. So whenever the ego's involved, and because we're ego crushers, that's the pin. So just think, okay, right on the pin, ego, and then just imagine yourself pulling it out, and whatever it is, it's going to fall apart. And that would be the suffering that's just going to fall and burn into the furnace of the fiery heart. See, that's also something. Remember the imagery of Jesus with the heart, with the thorns around it, and the flames, the Holy Spirit. This is essentially the process of refinement for the Holy Spirit. And you see all that pain? That's what it's conveying. It's saying, look, that's suffering. That's where it's going to happen. That's where you have to do the karma burn. That's where you're going to have to release all suppressed emotional energies. You're going to have to burn that up in a refined, habitual practice to live a holy life. That is one free of defilements, free of subconscious processes that are negatively impacting your attitudinals. Yes, it is. If you're a doomer, your attitudinals have been adjusted downwards. You're looking down. You should be looking up. Or at least looking just straight ahead. You shouldn't be looking down. No. What about people in like the 1320s? Should they have been bummed out because they were born then? Like, look at all the horrible things that were happening during that time. Many people were, of course, blissfully aware of it, but if they had the type of instantaneous access to worldwide information, they could have bummed themselves out even more than they probably did with the laughable things that they bummed themselves out with. So it's just unskillfulness. It's not anything contemporary at all, except your bad habit of looking for something to get worked up about. Because that really is what people do. People are in that habit. Like, they think that's living. going from one aggravation to the next. But it's not sustainable. You will burn yourself out. You will lose the meaning of life. That is not the meaning of life. It's just a bad practice. It's a habit. It's a neuroses. Yeah, it is. If you're seeing problems everywhere, you're neurotic. I don't know what else to tell you. Okay. I mean, you can take it to an extreme. That would be a funny movie, wouldn't it? Or you can just dial it back to what does bother you all the time. Are you mostly bothered or just bothered every once in a while? See? People that are naturally okay, like also young people that are naturally happy. Everything I said is not interesting in the least to them. They want to go on to something, right? But that's where they are, right? You can't force people to read the Odyssey when they're not ready for it, right? Things come when we're ready for them. The challenges come when we're ready. And when you get older and you've experienced, let's say, cultural terrorism and things of that nature for years on end, it's very normal that you're going to have a lot of trauma that you've suppressed because it's come in vicariously through spineless, sadistic osmosis, essentially. So that's an environmental variable, right? Like air pollution, noise pollution. People got it a lot. So if you're in a place with high noise pollution, people have hearing disabilities and if you're in a toxic environment, higher percentage of people are cuckoo berry crazy or close to it. The average, the amount of craziness or neurosis is way higher, and there is a correlation between hostile environments and mental illness. There is, really. Like families, for example, a lot of families have extremely hostile and toxic micro environments, and all the kids are crazy. That's why. I mean, there's a certain amount of socialization, but they essentially live double lives and are deeply scarred and distorted and maimed by those environmentals that in a lot of ways were predetermined, because you can't choose which family you're born into and which not. And yet still people that have been horribly stunted by their families and misdirected have come out of it okay somehow. And even maybe come to some, hopefully, good kind of at least cordial relationship with their parents. Polite relationship. In fact, the Buddha does say, look, your parents, you can't disrespect them no matter what. He said, this is karma, period. You curse your parents or do something bad to your parents, that is bad karma. That's what he said. So watch out for that. You had a bad relationship. You don't have to like them, but you do have to forgive them, and you do need to show them at least respect and cordiality, and hopefully a little bit more than that. You need to get over whatever suffering you have associated with those relationships, whether you want to or not. I mean, like I said, people will give up everything they have before they give up their suffering. Before they give up a grudge, they'll give away everything. Lose everything. Still won't give up their grudge. But see, we're different. Practitioners are different. We give it up. We say, look, I see it. I let it go. I forgive. I'll even say it when I don't feel it, but I'll keep saying it every time it comes up. And at some point, it'll stop coming up because it will be true. You'll forget about it. Forgive and forget. That's it. Once you forgive, then you forget. But you have to start that forgetting process. And once you forget, it really is energetically released. It has no even power in memory. See, A memory has power because it's accessible. And why is it accessible? Because it was impactful. But all the other things you forgot. You just remember the bad things. See? So this is just one of these design defects of our psychology that we need to be aware of so that we can compensate for it by letting any grudges go and also putting in right effort to counterbalance what are normal, common, but also vulgar and ultimately destructive or self-destructive, or can lead to self-destructive paths because one is sort of negatively influenced or negatively biased by one's attitudinals that are being negatively biased by these id-like processes that one is not putting in the time to address adequately. And the one part is burning the karma, which means the burning heart. It's painful. You have to sort of, it's not like you relive the thing you're burning. You don't know what it is, but it is very uncomfortable. Because you really do feel crazy. I mean, you feel defective. Like you don't know what this gigaton amount of for example, it sometimes feels just like rage. Like, what is this rage? Like, what? It has no object. See, the ego wants to affix it to something, but it's coming from inside and isn't attributable. And then this also comes to the point, like we want to tie it rationally to somebody or some event, but this could be coming from space. Right? This could be coming from past lives. This could be coming from even beyond the superego, like archetypical realms of collective unconsciousness. And so we're just talking about things like, if we're thinking in terms of being a divisional, like not an individual, a divisional type of person, we're all sort of interconnected socially and psychologically, psychosociologically. In a way, I mean, we're not identical, obviously, but for example, when we both watch a film, if we're similar and we watch the same film and we both love it, we both sort of know why. Like, if I describe why I love the film, you're going to understand exactly what I'm talking about, see? We do have wavelengths. And if you're like extremely intelligent and deeply spiritual and enthusiastic and marvelous in every way, then you're exactly like me. And like everyone like me and like you. And so that's where they get this whole idea of archetypes. In a way, we're a spectrum of ideal, a blend and a spectrum of ideal personalities or perfections of personalities or embodiments of perfections of psychological traits. Like Athena, the goddess of wisdom. See, men and women can both see some insight in Athena. It's not just that. And it's sort of funny, her personality, like sometimes she will. Was she wise all the time? She seemed to get involved in a lot of different plots. A lot of different drama. I don't know how wise that is. But anyway, she always looks very elegant whenever she appears. And so for that reason, we should also show her some respect as well. But in any case, none of us are gods in this dimension, but we do have godly attributes. We have godly characteristics. We're children of God, right? But we don't always manifest the godly principle because we're caked and enrolled and encapsulated and distracted by the five sense realm. That's it. We get caught up on all these things, and when we're doing that, we don't realize we're missing all the other things, but we're also missing just not getting ourselves worked up about that and focusing more on the here now, just what's happening now. Like, get out of your head. If it's if you're feeling that anger, just unless you're doing an intentional karma burn session, then it's about shifting perspective and not sticking in a perspective, especially any kind of negative one, or one that is unwholesome, or one leading to defilements. Something leading you closer towards anger. If you feel your frequency being pulled that way, that's when you have to be aware and pull back. Say, uh-oh, I see where this train's going. I'm going to stop right now. Because I can feel myself getting worked up. Have you ever had that? Sometimes it's better to just take a break. Say, hey, wait, I got to take a break, and just leave. Catch your breath, calm down, return, gain your composure. Well, it's just like that in life. Like, once you're outside, or if you have some type of worldly thing you need to take care of, you do that, right? And then you get back to your practice without getting distracted or doing anything else that's going to mess up your micro monastic practice. Because that's your full-time job, for real. That's your zazen job. That's 24/7, 365. That does matter to your bottom line. How well you practice, how well you play life, come on. Your attitudinals of life, does that not matter to you? It should. That is your full-time job. And you get paid for it with your equanimity. Equanimity is your payback for good practice, at least that. If you want to add some extras on top, there's the good attitude part to it, and maybe vitality as well, physical. Like some kind, like people will look at you and say, wow, this guy, he's taking care of himself. He looks good. Right? You ever see people like that? You haven't seen them for a while, then they come back, they're looking good. Everything's pretty crisp. A little bit crisper than one. Remember, a little bit looking like they've been outside, got a little color. Got their hair looking nice, teeth brushed, skin covered with, just, I wouldn't say basic stuff, but for some people that don't even put in the modicum of effort or self-care, then you do see how they look. They look like they have been neglecting themselves, do they not? That's the whole point. Now, of course, you can overdo it. I mean, there's preening as well. That's not necessarily recommended, but a basic hygiene and self-care, and making sure you've got enough sleep, you got enough to eat, and your mind wasn't running around in all of these different labyrinths, following all these different pieces of cheese that you wanted to get because you want to earn a little bit more money, you want a little bit more attention, you want this, you want more people to like you. See, you can lose your life there, and you're not going to get what you're looking for. Not enough of it. Your little external validation peddler's cup, you can sit there all day and you might get a couple of cents, maybe a quarter on a good day. You're sitting on a bad corner, most likely. So, but you don't have to do that, right? You don't have to earn your keep that way with external validation. Take time for yourself, invest in the practice. Because those really are, they're not necessarily tangible results in a materialist sense, but wow, as far as attitudinals go, as far as just sleeping very soundly, and just not being stressed at all about basically anything. So if you think that's not a superpower, it sort of is. And it really does have a lot more to it than it appears on the surface, because most people think their baseline is okay, but they're crazy. So it doesn't really matter though. If you're crazy, it's going to help you a lot. If you're not so crazy, it might just help you a little bit, but every little bit helps, doesn't it? But of course, it's a practice. It's your practice. It's your individual practice. So if you start off small, which is smart, like do 5 minute sessions, like do 3 5 minute sessions or 10 minute sessions per hour. You pick the time, you time it, and then you take the position, and you do that for a month, and then you can decide if you want to change your schedule, like add a little bit more, maybe take and the entire weekend, you know, from Friday night till Sunday night, right? Morning, Monday morning, like you're in your own retreat. You've given yourself time, you've given yourself space, and you're not going to waste it with trivial things. You're going to be very focused and curated, but also relaxed. Like it's not. You might reread a couple of books. That's another thing. These Westerns came out. I said, "Is it true you really read 10,000 books?" Somebody wrote me that. I said, "Well, that might be a small exaggeration, but this Western mindset. First off, it's competitive. Second off, it's numerical or quantitative. But the smart way is few books that you read ongoingly. Because, see, our mind forgets what we read. But the books that you keep in circulation are the ones that are really meaningful for you, and because that's what you can comprehend reliably. And every time you read these good books, you find new insights. That's the miraculous thing. It's because you've changed. You've become, you've gained more life experience. You've gained more insight. And the stuff you read before, it's matured within you. So you've reached a higher level. When you reapproach it, new doors are unlocked. But you're focusing on really, really good and insightful books, and not the entire library. But of course, what are the books to read? A lot of these horrible cultural operators, they always make these recommendations and they're crap. So you have to watch who you're listening to. Fortunately, they've astroturfed recommendations on that. But let's just assume that if you really keep digging, you're going to find 30% of not so popular people that do know what they're talking about, and then you can read those instead. Now, if you're a long-time listener, you know I recommend Plutarch's Lives. And Seneca, of course, Epictetus, Aurelius, Lao Tzu, Montaigne. Don't forget Montaigne. My God, he's great. Emerson, yeah, I agree with Emerson, if you can. Because, see, Emerson raises the frequency. He was the founder of the Transcendental Movement, which was a great movement before it got derailed. Maybe slightly, maybe more, I don't know. But, you know, we have all these distortions. But anyway, Transcendentalism was awesome when it started. Got off track later, but the beginnings were good. They reconnected with Eastern religions. Thoreau came out of that, but Emerson was really the guy. I mean, he has so many essays. He was also inspired by Montaigne and Schopenhauer and Goethe and others. But anyway, yeah, reading everything is not the point. Reading a curated set. How about this, Ajahn Mun? Ajahn Mun. That book, his books or his collection of his insights, that's like the one book I would be taking with me if I had to take a book everywhere. because it's just pretty amazing how impactful of a practice he developed, which we can only imagine through his students, the lineage. But he really was the original in a lot of ways, at least in modern times. He created a synthesis which was very skillful and still hasn't really been all that understood, I think, in many circles, at least at this time. But yeah, of course, there's so many dang books that are worth reading, but the point is a curated list and then reapproaching the material and not feeling bad about that. See, it's weird. Like we have this, well, we should be reading something else, but no, actually, this book is good enough to read again and again and again until you die. That's the way you should think about reading and books, your collection. It shouldn't be enormous, because that'll tie you down. Ideally, if you have a library, you should probably donate it to some type of monastery or some place where other people could access it, where the books won't get trashed. Because, in life they can weigh you down. It's sort of a luxury to have. Now, Montaigne, at his time, he had his library, and he had his tower of repose. And so, everyone will hunker down at a certain point in life and then do it their way. But if you're more of a mobile, traveling, wandering, pilgrim kind of monk, Dutanga monk, Samana monk, then it's really about only a few books, because that's weight in your pack. But that's a spin on a practice. Everybody knows how to read, right? But what are they reading and how are they reading, and what do they really get out of it? That's what a philosopher should be asking himself. And yet, with compassion, we know we cannot absorb everything all at the same time, all at one reading, or we read it once and it's done. No, that's not how we work. These concepts, it's not done in reading it. It's done when you comprehend it. And comprehension is not just reading it. It's also the state of mind. When do you approach it? How? At what time? Are you relaxed? Do you have the time to absorb it? Or are you just accumulating sentences that you could repeat but don't really mean anything to you? That's the other thing. How many pages do you read in a day? That's also a rather ridiculous question. It's more like, what did you read today that was insightful? That's the question that people would ask you. So that's the question you should ask yourself. What was insightful from what I read? And then maybe make notes, take a notebook, and extract those key points in a smaller condensed book that you can access even quicker than the other books. See, that's also cool. If you're in a library, you can then make your notes. You leave the book at the library, you have essentially the important parts of the book, at least the ones you deemed were important, and everybody's happy. Nobody, you didn't steal any books, and you don't have to carry any books. You've got your own book that you write, which has notes, it has this, it has that, it might have drawings. Right, you give yourself maybe a half-hour drawing session per day, or 15 minutes, just because you're you. It's a way you relax. You have your notebook, and then you have maybe your collection, or maybe you don't. You don't have to create prolifically. It's about curation, only that which really matters, or that you can condense to the point that you feel that, this is worth writing down, or this is worth working out. Only then do it, but not, of course, just to do it. with anything. Should be mindful, not acquisitive, not too fast, which is sort of the schooling system method. The method I described is more of the contemplative, digestive, religio-philosophic method. Less is more, right? But yeah, books are good in the digital age because it's a great way of just staying really in the micro environment you are without any other distractions. I mean, really, right now, I'm sort of jaded on the whole smartphone thing. I think, having maybe a notepad, which is more comfortable for the computer stuff, and then just a dumb phone for talking to people, I think is probably not the worst way of dealing with the whole communication situation going forward. But of course, people need to vet what they're doing. Like, again, don't trust these companies with your data. You need to take active protective measures, even up to the network level, because we're dealing with entities without ethics or very much of national understandings of things. At least there was a crew of people like that for a long period of time that probably are still somewhere. So yeah, take care of yourselves out there, people. People were a lot more optimistic when globalization started than right now. And the reasons for that are pretty shocking and real. So do take precautions and look towards living a more simple life, right? Back to the basics. Get yourself into gardening, get yourself into nourishment, get yourself into hiking and foraging and crafting and surviving and things like that. With a good attitude, yeah. My ladies, my lovely ladies that are so dedicated to their practice, of course, they're gems amongst a sea of ruffians. But the men too, the men are really putting in the practice, and they're not mixed up with the ladies. Ladies do their own separate practice, men have their practice. Sometimes they meet, but it's not mingled. So if that's what you're looking for, you should just stay away. But other than that, yeah, people are dedicated to their practice and living that holy life is not something people should look down on. You're a Patujana, you think that's uncool. You're actually not very smart. Maybe your tastes aren't very good. Your health might get poor. And I mean health, mental health. Because, see, people aren't religious because they're afraid. They're religious because they're smart. Because it keeps them from harm. And there's a lot of harm out there for people that are unawares of how it can creep into their lives all of a sudden with some kind of major catastrophe. So people unprepared upstairs, cuckoo bird crazy, that's what they do. Don't know what to do. Do the wrong thing. Overreact. Or in a negative way, make it worse. Awful lot. You want to be around people like that? What are their survival chances like that? Break even or less. So religion is what keeps people alive during hard times. Yes, it does. Hate to tell you. Keeps people alive when they don't have enough to eat. Keeps them alive. That's the type of real power I'm talking about. Oh yeah, the believers, what are you talking about? Watch a documentary about Tibetan monks or something like that. You don't believe me? They even do more austere practices. Then you know. You think you know about religion? I'll show up. It's a holiday. They understand religion differently, and their type of understanding is a better understanding. It's a more committed understanding, and that's why they manifest sincere and real results. You can't, if you're not real, you're not going to get real results, right? Oh yeah, I'm just doing this, you know. No, the object is, yeah, to get results. I'm planting tomatoes here, and I know why, and I know how many I need, and this is game on. I have to do the hoeing. I have to pull these rocks out. I have to check the soil, maybe add something, take something away. I need to plant. I need to water. I need to weed. I need to be patient. Right, the whole 9 yards. If it's going to work, otherwise it won't. I did it one day and then I stopped, and now look at the patch. That's my life. Because that's what weaklings do. And a lot of people are weaklings. Oh, my phone just sent me a message. I gotta go. That type of like weak. So you want to be stronger than that and say, well, you know what? I'm just going to put the phone away. I don't need to even look at it for a couple of days. I'm doing my own thing. You want to be like that? Well, you need to be able to tame all of those inner impulses and sort them out and heal, and then also encourage and nourish, and then raise the frequency, right? Being able to raise the frequency. It's not about cognition. It's about feeling. Feel how you feel. Raise. What would happen if you took 2 tennis balls and juggled them in front of your eyes for 5 minutes? Don't think it will change you? Try it. Get in the practice of doing that. Because it's communicating. It's creating a bridge downstairs. It's saying, hey, things are happy up here, even if they're not. Just to sort of break up the dynamic, which has settled on, right, negative attitudinals. So that's not acceptable. That's not right effort to stay like that. You have to snap yourself out of it. So start thinking up a couple of other party tricks too. And get in the practice of doing it, because I don't want to see you sad sacks in my vicinity. So I don't know. There needs to be like a presidential bulletin. Get practicing, people. I want to see some smiles and some genuine ones, right? I'm not trying to force you to smile. I want you to smile because you're feeling the energy, because you're raising that energy, raising it up out of nowhere, raising it up. Because that's how we do it. It's not something that will be done on its own unless you do it. Put in the work. So one thing to keep in mind if you're doing a karma burn is, of course, you want to do it, and you want to burn it off as quickly and painlessly as possible, but the problem is it's sort of soaked and waterlogged, and so the crucible is there, but it's not combusting. So you have the gunk in there, the karma is in there. You can feel that part emerging. Again, this is all sub-rational stuff, right? We can only intuit how these processes work via feeling them and coming to some type of conceptual description of what we're dealing with. But if you followed me this far, then you might just sort of be able to have understood what I just said. So the crucible's there, karma's there, it hasn't combusted. And so you just have to wait it out, be patient, and then stick with it. That's it. And give yourself some different ways of thinking about maybe lighting it in your mind, like just being able to visualize what I just said. Just imagine a crucible and there's stuff in it, and maybe you've got one of those ferro rods where you have the edge of your knife and you're just flicking the sparks into the crucible. Look at it that way. Like it doesn't light that way, but because you've taken the stress position and the environmentals and the variables are conducive for such a process, then that's what you're doing. You're just scraping the ferro rod continuously, rhythmically, at a pace that you can manage, which might not be successively. It might be once a minute or once every 5 minutes. In fact, you might miss a couple of parts. There might be just one little spark, and then it falls into the pile. You know how it is. But that could give it a little bit of a fun aspect. Like you can just look at the little sparks. You've got time, right? There's no rush. You'll be there for a while. The night is long. Night and day. It's the weekend or whatever day it is. It's the day off. It's the day of opportunity. It's the time of opportunity. So then why not use it and be patient and playfully experiment with those sparks. Staying with making sparks in the crucible. Knowing, yeah, there's the crucible. There's all that gunky karma that's got to burn, that stinks. And until that's done, all of that emotional sludge is going to be where it's been the whole time, messing up your attitudinals. And there's no other way of extracting it known to man that is similar to this one. But there's variations of it. Recently I was thinking how larger audiences can reach catharsis is via theater experience. Like if you're at the theater and the theater is really scary and funny and you go through all these different ranges of emotions, you know, that sense of relief when you leave the theater, you really do feel like you've cleaned out your pipes emotionally. That's catharsis, right? You see how that can be done. And essentially, these karma burns are catharsis, but without necessarily being emotionally triggered from an exterior source. So that means internal, the theater of the mind. Picture yourself, if you're feeling sorry for yourself, picture yourself in a dramatic way, like a Dionysian way, like a over-exaggerate your position. Oh, take a melancholic, like theatrical position, like, oh, I'm so depressed, you know, and then just imagine people looking at you and rating your performance for being depressed. And if it's really convincing, like a sincere expression, don't just flub it. Don't laugh at yourself in the beginning. If you really do feel it, then act it out. There's catharsis in that. Play the role, but just give yourself a different story to make it more abstract and depersonalize your story. And think of yourself in the role of a tragic figure, and then try to play that role and make it believable. I mean, it might be, this is how, what actors try to do with method acting is they try to get into feeling truly tragic so that the scene is convincing. So put some mustard in it. Okay. If you're really feeling it, then express it, you see, and then look at yourself in the third person while you're doing that. You can do that with it with your eyes closed, right? Imagine how the audience is watching you, like I'm watching you. Now here. So roll tape. You're depressed, let's see it. You come in, you're playing some other person who's supposed to look depressed. So, but don't make it look like ugly depressed. Make it look dramatic depressed. Like audiences that don't know you're depressed have to know you're depressed. So put in some theatrical flair, and then let's watch you do a different couple of takes. Like pretend I'm trying to take a couple of pictures of you. You see, and then as the audience, your internal audience, you're the internal audience watching you and watching me watching you be really depressed. And if it's a sad and convincing performance, it should, as an audience member, it should really make you feel sad. Like you would want to weep if you saw such a sad reenactment of a depressed person that's so authentic. Like it's not a lie. This is a true depiction. Because why would you fake it if that is the role you're in right now? A role you can change, but not until you've released all that karmic um, energy, that debt that has to be paid. It has to be paid. You cannot play poker without anteing up. You don't ante up, you're not in the game. You're not. You might be watching. You're a spectator in your life. You're on autopilot. But you're not in it. You don't get cards dealt to you and you don't get to play. Just like the 5 precepts. See, and the 5 precepts are really what can get you to this meditative state without being disturbed during the process of transformation and karma burn. Because you're not, the process is not being disrupted by trivial things, but they're really not trivial if they're disrupting the process. So you do need to have near perfect solitude or a perfect routine that allows you perfect solitude so that you can be dysregulated, because breaking up the cracks and letting this stuff seep out is part of that. You can't do it as an intact you, because the intact you is hard baked in. You got to get loose, you got to get fragmented, you got to get broken up in little bits, no salt. And if you're noticing that the energy is not transferring, it's because you think you got rid of self, but your self's thinking about something. You're monkey minding on some level. You've got to address that first. You can't get forward with any kind of ego in processes like this. Releasing deeply seated trauma that you have no idea where it's coming from or how deep it goes. You need every little thing that will help you. It's like a high climb on a rock face. You need the right equipment and you need the right technique. Otherwise, you're not going to make it past the hindrance. It will not make it past the hindrance. That barrier that is keeping it where it is or has kept it there for so long. So by acting out the emotions and doing it and then watching yourself internally, watching yourself sincerely act out your emotions is a way of extracting them past that barrier. You're at least you're mimicking the sentiment, and that's provoking a release because it is that energy and you see it and you're capturing it. You're manifesting it. And you're also manifesting it in a way, because it's body language, that there's congruence between you in the sense of a more conscious mind, a spectrum of consciousness. Not full consciousness, maybe a spectrum of it, but enough to guide you to release and calm the muscle that would otherwise keep it below the surface, or resist that transfer in some way, like some type of insulating material, like an insulating film that's subtle if there's not perfect purity or perfect conditions for the ember or spark to light whatever droplets might be on one pole or another, that finally creates the fortunate conditions that the other sparks for some reason didn't have, that you don't know exactly why, but one spark does fall and that karma lights up and burns off, and it's a really pure type of blue flame intense burn release, real clean, that pure white energy that flows like up from upstairs and then all the way down. It just cleans, it cascades light into all the nether regions for just a purity session kind of way of releasing these things. We have to do it. This is something we have to do. We think then at this point, if we ever get past the barrier, that, okay, now everything's great. But no, we have to stay in this state because we're still burning the karma. It's just in a skillful way. But the karma is still there. There's so much. If some of you have gone through this crazy world, you might have so much more than you think. And that really is what was making you sick. So don't cut a karma burn short for anything in this world. Because it's not just for this world that we do these things that some people find strange. It's because we have to do it. Otherwise, we're not going to make it. And depersonalize. It's not us. Okay, yeah, we're going to die. See how that sounds dramatic? Some woman burst out crying when I said that. Not just one. But you see how we can get that provokes our emotions. See, we need to provoke these emotions. But we need to do it internally. And we need to be sincere enough with ourselves that we convince ourselves to evoke these emotions and to provoke them, to extract them. Understand? That's sort of the theatrical practice. So see the two masks of the theater. It's the theater mask practice. And then it also, in that practice, you see the optionality of persona. So you're the sad sack character now. Okay, play that role. You feel it. You have full direction for that part. Give yourself some lines. What is your self-talk right now? Write that down. Because you want to remember those lines, or maybe you want to teach someone to act like you. So don't make yourself ridiculous. You feel that your problems are so serious and dramatic. Well, express them that way. That's the only way you can extract them. You need to feel them too. It's going to be painful. But it's at least some kind of practice that is known to work. If it is done with sincerity and adaptation and experimentation, playful experimentation, a little bit of disassociation from that person that wouldn't do something like that or knows everything better, of course nothing can work type of person. You leave that person. You gain some distance from that type of person, and now you're just more of a neutral person that's willing to try things that might seem to be ridiculous but might work too, because they're ridiculous, because all this pain is ridiculous too, especially when it's coming from the collective unconscious or the cosmos or from past lives. Okay? It wasn't your bad childhood. Okay? Your childhood was probably okay or not as bad, or even if it was, it could be something else on top of that. Okay? So don't overthink these things. Don't blame yourself. Don't guilt trip yourself. You're not defective. This is normal. What is not normal is to treat these things head on with sincerity, which is to say right effort and right view with a right method and a right determination to get through difficult things. This is difficult because it's so subtle. It's the subtlety that makes it so difficult, the complexity, the frames you first have to try to contemplate that you're dealing with, that's essentially invisible, but also not so invisible. These attitudinals, they're real. They're as real as it gets, aren't they? What could be realer than that? So be real with yourself. Be real with your practice. If you're not feeling okay, guess what? That's not really okay unless there's a good reason for it. And if there is, that's just the way it's got to be. Make sure you feel those emotions deeply and try to burn as much of it off on the surface as you possibly can. Unless you do have to suppress it, then do that. But be advised, you're going to have to get that out during your regular practice. Otherwise, it will get to you in one form or another. It will throw you a screwball. It's like people that won't brush their teeth. Like your teeth are going to get messed up. Brush your teeth every day. In fact, maybe in the morning and before you go to bed. How about that one? And maybe after lunch. See? It's pretty similar. Same thing. Mental hygiene. Why does my breath smell like roses and other things that are fragrant and vibrant and marvelous? Well, yeah, I brush my teeth often. I brush my mind often. I brush my heart often. That's why they shine. But not all the time. And life it might shine for 5 minutes and then out of nowhere you can get worked up about something. You can. Just out of nowhere get worked up, or just out of nowhere take a wrong take, like this is boring. Well, you've seen that happen so many times. That is such bad practice. So catch yourself doing it and stop doing that. Immerse yourself, force yourself to immerse yourself in the moment, to deepen and widen your awareness about how beautiful this world can be and is, essentially, if you will just experience it the way it was created for you to experience. It's just you that's out of alignment, but you can get yourself back in alignment, but it's not going to be easy. Subtleties are there. causality, invisible causalities are there. When I say that, people look at me funny. Is this the invisible causality guy? Like, huh? And then I walk straight through the wall, and then they're flabbergasted. And then I pop out of the ceiling and then do a somersault and land on a desk. At that point, they faint, usually. Yeah, that type of person, that's the type of learning curve overwhelmed their conscious mind to the point that they couldn't process the data, the download. And so it went ding dong. It pulled the plug on the busybody upstairs that has a fast mouth and a somewhat resistant brain to new ways of doing things, new ways of looking at things, new ways of trying. Experimentation. People, please, please, please adopt playful experimentation in your lives. Every one of you, I don't care how old you are, remain a student of life, a student of everything. Never close your mind off from learning insights from anything. You have a tough job, great. Every day is insightful. There's insight all over the place. Don't close yourself off from it. Insight is the reason why we're here. We're here to gain insight. You see, some of you were in the heavenly realms. You know that. I know you do know that. In fact, some people said, I'm one of those. But I think that's a rumor. But in any case, you have to crawl before you can walk. And this realm is here to teach us good practice. And to burn off, yes, exactly, burn off all this karma, yes, with a purification process, a lifestyle process, a committed practice process. In this life, it's been said people have burned off thousands or potentially millions of future lives. The potential is there. Even 400 lives, that's pretty good. That's pretty good. Compared to none or worse lives or more lives, oh. This practice is very powerful. And our lives are very meaningful in this way, if we see it this way, with right view, by the way. This isn't me saying this, you know. You know who told me this. I think you know. You'll have to check it, but I do believe it is in the sutras. So right view is very important, and our spiritual condition is the most important thing, period. I don't care what you look like. If you're messed up inside, what can you do for me? I mean, in some cases, okay, I get it. People gotta function, but if you can find this practice and it can help you get through whatever you're working with off hours, and you bring it back to work, a friendly, a smiling face instead of a grim one, then I've done my job here. on this planet, at least the best to my abilities. I'm certainly not the most skilled. I mean, God knows things can happen out there. And again, we're getting hit from all sides. Left, right, up, down, back, front, back, side to side. Boxing is easier than life sometimes. You know, boxing, they got rules and everything. And when you get knocked out, isn't that wonderful that there's the referee that will protect the fighter that was fighting by the rules until he went down? Isn't that a great rule? I love seeing that. Because in real life, that doesn't happen. Not only do people get knocked out, they get everything squished out. So this life is not a joke, and if your practice is not good, you're playing fast and loose with attitudinals. You're living a sloppy life, and it's just not advisable. You're looking for trouble. That's it. You're looking for trouble, and trouble will find you. Especially if you're looking for it, it will. Did Murphy's Law include that one? Because if it didn't, erase the rest and put that one on there too. What type of name do you need to apply to that law? Write that law down inside your mind. You know, this stereotype, I talked about it before, that good people are dumb. No, good people are not dumb. Being dumb is bad. So learn things that do make a difference, like being able to change your attitudinals no matter what. You get stuck in jail for some reason, trumped up charge or whatever. How are you going to deal with that, Mr. Logic? Or you get in a car accident, or some other random terrible thing that's happening all the time, all around the globe for any reason. This is why people go crazy, because it can happen to anyone. It has happened to anyone. So if you don't have the right perspective on that, going into that, it's going to be a hell of a time. Ignorance kills people. It does. Ignorance is no joke. There's nothing funny about ignorance, really. It's something quite terrifying to think if people knew something, they wouldn't have done something, and then they would have averted catastrophe. But because they don't know that, it happens. They do it. So yeah, they do it. They do it, and then the causality sets in, and then bing, bang, boom. Look at that suffering. It's a suffering explosion of suffering. And then they keep doing other dumb things, and it's just from the frying pan to the fire effect for them. Who would want to damn a person to a life like that? Do you think I would tell you to go that way? Look, life is a marathon, and I love these outdoor sports, but hiking and climbing, yeah. Imagine you got to hike and then climb, and your butt is going to be on the line. You need that equipment to work, so you need to break out the pack and put it all together and test it out and make sure it's all there, and then pack it back in. And then get there, right? And then do it. doing it is the whole thing, and that's the most complicated part. And if your gear fails at a critical juncture, like entering into adulthood, or middle age, or a disastrous relationship, or getting fired from your job, or whatever life can throw at you, you're going to get really bad results. Like, you're going to get stuck somewhere mid climb, and it's going to be terrible. You're going to get stuck on the rock face, on the wrong side of the face. See, they told you to take the north face, you took the south face. They call that woolly mammoth ridge, because they found mammoth bones, because it's specifically in such a way that you can't possibly do the last part and survive. Go the wrong way, end up the wrong way. These are important questions. So, but what helps when times are challenging? Slow things down. Get back to absolute essentials. How many calories do you need? And what is the essentialist of clothing and shelter? And how accessible are those things? Or how can you get them? Or produce them yourself? Now, some people would say, well, that's austere. Well, yeah, I'd say it is. This is not for everyone. This is not some type of popular. At the tippy top, it's not popular. But for practitioners, for enthusiasts, there is a certain level of commitment to do things, to explore, that might not appeal to anyone and probably shouldn't. Especially if they're doing more sensible things than philosophy or religion. But maybe they're mistaken too. So why don't we celebrate the voices of the past and all the wonderful personalities that have existed on this planet all over the world. There's so many different wonderful stories. But let's not make a story for ourselves, especially if we're not living what we would think or would want to be legendary lives or something more than they are. They don't have to be. Not in human terms or materialistic terms, they just have to be spiritually. That's what matters. As much as life tested you and as much as you were skillful in this dimension, is to the extent that you lived nobly and well. That's the point. This is extremely practical and simple. Some people complain privately that he's just so elegant that we miss the point and feel good but don't know why. But that's how it works sometimes. You have to trick yourself into feeling way better in mysterious, simple ways like that. Because we have to. We're fallible, but human beings have a corrective mechanism in the form of compassionate learning and accepting and changing. Compassionate change practice. My God, that's a wonderful way of putting it. Why not? How could you say no to that? How hardened do you have to be to treat yourself to the possibility of changing your mind about things that might be causing you unnecessary suffering. It could be anything. See, the mind or the accusatory person wants to say, well, this is for messed up people. No, everybody should have a spiritual maintenance program that they regularly use, and it keeps them from getting run down by these emotional energies that are unquantifiable, that do exist, however, and can and do, in many cases, whether we're in denial or not. Many people are in denial. That's an egoic defense mechanism not working in your favor if you're a narcissist or like that, have tendencies like that. So you have to commit yourself to practices to correct the navigation system that you have, that people have. We can be thrown off course. We're emotional. Emotions do that, and attitudinals do that, but they're optional. You can tinker with them. You know it's true. Sometimes just a good night's sleep, you wake up in the morning, you see things completely differently. We do this often, but sometimes we have to do it more intensively, more proactively, especially if that's just good practice anyway. It doesn't have to come to a crisis. In fact, that's the point. If you have good practice, if you have skillful, wholesome ways of living and thinking, then you will not run into a major crisis like a burnout or something like that, like a nervous breakdown or deep depression or addiction or relationships or external validation. That's what I meant, not relationships. I mean, that's a whole different other topic, because it can work between sensible people. Practicing prayerful, hygienically, mentally people, oh yeah, they can have a Kalyana Minta type of relationship and respect for each other, but only if it's real. I mean, nobody should kid themselves. This stuff is not easy. But it is not impossible, so that's the truth. But again, if it's just a routine, like you go into the gym, this is the mental gym session, then you can see the people that are you call gym rats. Well, this is the reverse equivalent of that, but with body weight exercises too. So it's sort of both. And why not? I mean, it's a synthesis of the two. Now, just as a footnote, it's been speculated that Apollo and Dionysus are two sides of Hermes, and in a way form, well, Zeus, I guess, could be God the Father, but there's a Trismegistus kind of connection there. And also, when you come back, if you look at the images, the tarot images from AE Waite, they're definitely Dionysian, which is, you can see it in the depiction of the Fool. And then, of course, the goblets, that's the wine. Dionysus, the grapes, right, the Holy Spirit. Grape juice, grape of the juice of the vine. And then, of course, the wands or the Stäbe. That's all Dionysian. And of course, the tower. That's him. Panic. See, Pan. It's invisible, but the emotions are there. It's the God within. See, Apollo is the mandate from heaven. You could also say Tyr, the Tyr aspect. Whereas Dionysius, or Dionysus is more of the liberation from within. You see the psychological, internal liberation or actualization. So it's a dual function within. Hermes, Trismegisticus, activity field. So it's an aspect of personality with a little bit more extras on it than just the very abstract Father, Son, Holy Spirit. But all of these things, of course, tie into, very ancient things. You can also see, like, the wands of the magician and whatnot. There are statues of Dionysus with these types of wands that are conical. How do you want to describe them? They have like a nub on the end. Like it looks like an onion. So and also the chariot driver. See, the charioteer is holding it, and the magician, and a couple of other arcana have it. So there's a lot of synchronicity between these old Mediterranean religions for obvious reasons. Dionysians were there where they planted the grapes, so you're going from Georgia, Black Sea, all the way down through southern Italy and then Spain. And then you have stories of them talking about Arcadia going to the north, so they were seafaring peoples, which corresponds also later with the Norseman culture is what people called it, but already that's misleading because they're from the north, but where did they start and what's their whole economy look like? And are they really taking the ships to the Mediterranean? Well, then aren't they a Mediterranean people? Well, no, they're actually sort of in transition. They're a transitional moving people. See, we like to have these little neat boxes where everything fits, but people were on the move all the time, and for good reason. You have a bunch of pirates or ruffians show up on a beach somewhere, and you don't have what it takes to eject them. You gotta move. Move it or lose it. So that's something to consider in the context of the tarot, at least in the symbology of the weight cards, which are very ancient. And I guess, they're sort of more of the Italian Renaissance based on that, which is also connected with all of the other ancient things. So, but we also have to understand that that's all in the context of gnosis, right? The idea that through certain rites and rituals and practices and things of that nature, that one could activate or liberate the God within, to come into direct contact, in other words, with our divine elements. To ecstatically, viscerally embody divine inspiration and other attributes. And this also corresponds with many Odinic rites, right? There's a lot of correspondence between Hermes and Odin as well, you see. and then Freya and her brother Freyr, I guess, they also have an equivalent mythological. They share mythological connections with the Dionysian legend, so you can see how it's all connected on a very ancient level. It's just like in that region, because it's sort of in the middle of a wheel with spokes on it, there's always a lot of trade and a lot of people migrating around, and so it was sort of a dynamic area, which wasn't as stationary as we think of countries and peoples and languages in modern terms. It was smaller tribes and more or less kingly priestly magician cults. So you had a leader who was a spiritual leader as well as a materialist leader. I mean, he had an accounting department, but he was more focused on divine inspiration than making widgety wonks cheaper or something like that. Although maybe the king would concern himself with that if he had to. And maybe some of them should have taken care of more materialist things, but maybe not. Maybe they did have a pretty good balance or grasp of what was more important to living in this magical realm that's so beautiful, so breathtaking all the time. If you can only be aware, if you can raise that energy, that it becomes that inspirational, that it is that thing because you're able to aware it, because you've blown the doors open on all of your perceptional abilities, including the ability to not only be impacted with a baseball bat beating of pain, if that's what it takes, but then the release from that, the catharsis from that, and to initiate the ritual of pain yourself in an elegant way, a ritualistic, perhaps even a group way, in a theater-like experience, and a singing experience, the chorus experience, being involved in the play, even if you're not on the stage, you're involved on an emotional level. You're bringing the vibe to the scene, right? It's a scene where a scary creature jumps out of the forest and confronts someone, and then the foreboding chorus, the booming chorus over the mountainous landscape while the sun is setting over the Mediterranean type of environmentals, right? Psycho social environmentals. And then the unifying and catharsis aspect of that, because it'll be the full range. The play is terrifying in the beginning because of these psychosociological factors that make it so real, make it so participatory, and so elevating. But then you have, of course, the other things. Do, re, mi, fa, so. See, the full range of emotions, right? Profound emotions, also insightful psychological architecture, in depth, all of their dramatic plays, their poetry, the depths of poetry. See, Dionysus was associated with poetry, inspiration, intuition. Also sacrifice and pain. Yeah, Dionysus, he died. He went in, how about this, like Virgil, the Virgil parallel going into the underworld. Dionysus did that. He's considered to be one of the chief deities of the underworlds or Hades, but he came back. See, he went into a painful kind of shamanistic healing phase and felt like he was dying, right? But he consumed the placenta of his pain, right? He was the hero during the whole process, not shying away from it, embracing it, and then rising from the ashes like a phoenix. The transformational, the inner transformational, alchemical process is then complete with a full burn of all suffering, you see. This is where we also get into the Eastern side of things, because they also knew about Dionysus down there, out there in northern India, all those Greeks in Bactria and other places, keeping it all together and connected. So let's not forget the seafaring peoples. They not only were cultivating wine and trading with the locals, but they were also in some places going deep into the Persian and Indian empires to do that. And let's not forget Chinese to do that. It's only that whole elaborate, wonderful, marvelous tapestry of interconnections was totally and irrevocably destroyed by Genghis Khan. That's why the modern morons of today don't know that as well as they do, or should have, at least not 40 years ago. And 40 years ago, in terms of people who have actually had thoughts writing down and reading, is not very long ago. And that's why a lot of what you would consider to be modern analysis didn't include it, because they weren't aware of it. They had a couple of weird theories they were maybe embarrassed to say out loud, but those connections and synchronicities have long since been established. By the way, the Odinial / Dionysian capacity for synthesis is well known. In fact, that's one of his chief magical traits, is that he can synthesize what seems to be puzzling disparities into a comprehensive whole. Just like the interior intuition can formulate finally in the crystallized thing in a manifestation, and you can finally come to terms with that, closure with that, perhaps drop that. If in terms of suffering, yeah, you're redeemed, you're resurrected from the underworld. You have transformed it alchemically into a life-reaffirming practice, a heroic life-reaffirming practice that embraces life in all of its manifestations and all of its vitality. It's a very, very, very vital space. Because we humans, we're complex. Our lives here are complex. This dimension is complex. And you can get stuck up on things. This is what neurosis is all about. This is what depression is all about. This is what circular ways of thinking and samsaric ways of thinking are all about. How do you break out of that? Well, sometimes you need to put in the dedication, and that's the other thing. It's like a mock dedication, but it's felt to be real by the id, very real by the id. The id is amazed because it simulates ecstasy to create real ecstasy in order to blow out the pipes at certain, let's say, lunar festivals. And that was needed for catharsis and also for communal cohesion and having a feeling of meaning and purpose. Look at this. At least we can celebrate like 4 times at least a year and have a great time. And it served as a communal vehicle as well. Now, in some places, after, let's say, old kings and priests and magicians that may have actualized the inner divinity within in this way, they might have passed away, and the position could have been usurped, or there could have been tribes come in and disrupt traditions, and things get mixed and matched, and that gets forgotten. These people give it up. These people... how this women overtake the franchise, that's a funny one. Then you know what's going to happen, right? The whole thing falls apart. Essentially, it degraded into a gigantic rave, taking all of the super vulgar parts of the elaborate Eleusinian mysteries and turning it into, like a pandemonium and a mob and a rave, essentially. We can see them today. People, this idea of just doing the stupid thing without the other good things, the primary purpose of the thing that the priestly class would have known about, but the dummies of today think should be included and done in the dummy way that ultimately got banned in Rome, where the whole cult was dismantled because of it, or had to be dismantled because of it. Because why? They weren't practicing it right. It got degraded. It got degenerated. Does that mean that it's Dionysus and Apollo's and Zeus's fault that happened? Is that the way Patuginus like to think? Because the problem of getting matters of divinity wrong, I said divinity, see, not divinity. Divinity wrong are tragic. And there we come to the dagas, or the paradox, or the opposition between the Hierophant and the devil. You see, the devil is the one that would take anything and focus it on the nether regions, right? 5 senses. Whereas the Hierophant, the true priest, magician, king, he gets the right results. The crazy ravers produce the opposite of the good results, which leads to pandemonium, which is also Pandora's box. So yes, these things work, but they can also be used for horrendously corrosive and misguided foolery and foolishness that are demeaning and degrading to the human spirit and drives it off a cliff like Legion. So, where do you see the devilish people, and where do you see, or probably don't see, the holy people? The holy people aren't promoted by the devil? What? Or devilish people. The devilish people like the devilish aspects of messed up religious or psychosociological rituals. So there you have it. I would say that faction's pretty well established in smart moronic times of today. But it's essentially the same problem that the Romans had in the 2nd century. And these smart morons of today, they're pretty well connected and pretty immune to criticism, and very much encapsulated in layers and layers of saran wrap of egoic defense mechanisms. So, whereas just like Apollo is a second side to Dionysus, the opposite of good order is the devil, right? And devilish people. Which brings us also back to magic. The word witch, which can a man, you can have a man who's a witch or a woman who's a witch. The very simple explanation of it, which is the correct explanation from the priestly Hierophant class, is simply these are dumb people that misuse magic for bad, that leads to bad ends. That's it. Don't do this. This is what dummies do with powerful sociological or whatever other human principles. So don't use it for bad, dummy. Right? Your lawnmower is powerful. Great. Don't mow all the flowers with it. The flower bed, just the grass. Okay? Because that was the other thing it really did have a rave factor. So you just had these raver loony ladies that had freed themselves from the restrictions of the mind. Nobody's going to tell them what to do. After they were ran through by every Tom, Dick, and Harry from the coast, then you had a simp army behind them, and then the numbers kept growing. Like one rave was 1,000 people. Next weekend, after people started talking about it, 2,000, and these are a bunch of people who are going crazy, right? Throwing away good sense, but becoming more and more shameless, and saying that that's the way to the new dawn, and we're going to have sex, drugs, and rock and roll type thing. Right, then some of those senators' daughters got caught up via their idiotic friends, just like today, and ended up in the worst types of circumstances with the worst types of results, the most ugly, stupefying, and barbaric and dangerous results imaginable. Especially when you add a bunch of people that are drunk into the equation. What started off as a nice harvest festival, overwatched by a Hierophant in a safe place, degraded into the hoe of Babylon. So look at these parallels. You see, there are there are parallels between ancient times and the present day, because why humans have not essentially changed from a psychological standpoint, which is why doing investigative analytical work into past practices of divination or of transformation of gnosis is still relevant today. In fact, they had more insight into the processes than smart moronism / materialism / Taylorism / Skinnerism / lawnmowerism. So yeah, you can be misled by your emotions. You can be misled by your nether realms. Ding-a-lingists are the perfect example of that. Putting the ding-a-ling where it doesn't belong never, ever was a good thing. Not for anyone. So yes, people can be inspired, but they can also be misdirected. So what's essential in rituals like that? A Hierophant. Yeah, if you want good results, that's who you need to be consulting and working with, and not the opposite of that, or even anyone who's taking it in a lackadaisical, postmodern kind of way. Irresponsible, stupid, misleading, dumb kind of way. But who doesn't care about things like that? Well, there's a lot of people that don't care about a lot of things, but know a lot more than they probably should. And the results of that are devastating. Culturally, exterminationist. Because finally, it's good principles that lead to the principle to cultivate the good principles to the exclusion of the bad principles, such as the weeding out of even the slightest type of bad in any type of ritual afterwards, doing revisions or managing the event itself. Things can get out of control because people are out of control, usually. They'll overdo things, they'll take things their way, which is the wrong way, but then they won't admit it type of way, see? So some people have looked at the card and say, well, yeah, the two monks bowing before the Hierophant, like one is showing a sign of betrayal. I would say in a way that's true, but I would also say it's a sign of incompetence. Like he doesn't truly get the point, which is sort of what I described. He's probably only a little bit there or not all the way there. And so just like Ananda, he'll play the simp role in some way and then allow things to get progressively worse because of his inner weakness or his misunderstanding of the ultimately, truly awakened, inspired, and also aligned with the heavenly, celestial, good forces and not the forces of perdition and destruction and dissolution. You see, now if we're talking about like village wine in remote areas, okay, what did they drink? How bad did things get there? Can you imagine? Especially amongst people that did know the other people that were around them. You didn't have randos and slaves just chilling or coming and going type things. But see, that was another problem with Rome, is that they had large segments of their society that were, let's say, looking for spiritual guidance and got the bad stuff. It was fun, but also bad. Fun badness. So you can already see that that's pretty bad because it spreads. So what was initially good turned into something bad, and then everything fell apart kind of thing. Just like it does today. Just like it did with the hippies. Like, yeah, let's just do whatever. Let's throw away everything. That Hierophant, that was a stodgy way of doing things. Let's get butt naked and everybody start sticking things up the whoopery. Okay, so even if you thought that, wow, that was a crazy, amazing experience, you messed yourself up karmically. Your compass, which was heading north, is now heading dead south. And the person that helped initiate you into that's also tied to their karma as well. These are the people who let's just imagine like like cutting off a goat's head, right? And sticking it animalistically over their own human head and looking out through idiot eyes, apparently, like as essentially the eyes of just an animal out of control, a mad beast, because you lose your higher divine faculties and become an animal or less than an animal. You become a defective animal, a mentally ill, misguided, inverted, subverted type of manifestation in this dimension, which is utterly despised by all of the higher powers. And yet, this mechanism was built into this dimension to sort the chaff from the wheat. But look at the scale these days. We're talking about agrarian communities that had a lot of decentralization and mobility versus these garbage bins of nations that have been co-opted by misguided people, interests, and customs and directions per the bloody goat head smashed down over the human head type of perspectionalism. So why do good people tell you to stay away from the devil and what he would persuade you to do? Think about that. Is it because they want to keep you from having fun? Because that's what it looks like to an idiot. It's that part that the Hierophant is thinking about that you don't know about, because that's what makes him elevated. And that's the person you should trust, and not the charlatans that really do get off on whizzing off on good people. And man, they have been on a ride, haven't they? Through the 20th century up to this day. Just keeps getting worse, which it's finally now, it's been called a culture war for a couple of years now. Nothing's changed. As far as leadership, because I guess they got that goat head on to some degree as well. They don't know what good is, but they are influential. What happens when you set chlorine gas off in a trench, like they're doing in places, I hear, or did at some time? Hopefully they will never do it again. Well, you got a lot of good people, and then you got that medium called air that has these toxicities in it that don't belong there, negatively influencing the microenvironment to the point of asphyxiation and madness and decline. So it's a great vehicle for imparting wisdom and encouraging catharsis, but only if it's done right. And you do need to be on your P's and Q's. And unfortunately, I do believe the most wonderful aspects and practitioners of Dionysus rituals were women. They aren't capable of doing it. Okay? Even if you look at all of the Arcanian cards, I mean, the smartest one, I mean, you could say the high priestess, but she's not even close to the top. She's at best equivalent to the magician, who is also not a Hierophant, by the way. He can go wrong, but look at the two columns, black and white. The high priestess can be good or bad. Most can go the bad way. They have a tendency, they're a coin toss. But they want to have the ecstasy, right? The ecstatic experience is the fun part. They just don't, the stodgy old dude, he wanted to keep us from having this fun too, but that's where they go too far. And that's when they get like those dead animal type contrivances stamped down on their heads, and that's why they look at life the way they do, which is opposite to the way good people look at things, or to the extent that it's smashed on their heads with dirty clod boots. That's the extent that they're misperceiving things, like two-holism is good for women. And they're really worked up about that because they really like women. But you see, what part of a Hierophant would have come up with just that? You see, so these women are covert narcissists that have that goat head on them, and they're also able to persuade silly Sallies essentially towards the hell realms. Now, let's also not forget that Christians, all the ancient religions, look, because there were these bad things that were happening in the ancient religions, like devilish people driving communities off cliffs, metaphorically, but probably also physically. They were like, look, that's all that stuff is bad. We don't care. Right? It's too crazy. Look at them. They got snakes here. Look at the imagery. It's evil. All of it's evil. Anybody even talking about that nonsense is evil. That's sort of what happened. But of course that wasn't true. The hierophantic implementation of the Eleusinian mysteries is ordained by the gods, whether we want to admit it or not. But of course these types of things are only known to the people that right, know them, and not just every Tom, Dick, and Harry. They do what the organizers say how to do it, and not how to do it. Such as, I'm a big bossy broad, and I think we should do this instead. Or the Hierophant died out 20 years ago, and this is the 19th iteration, and it's become progressively more monkey business and funny business than anything else. And so you would have settlements where you've got disparity of results across the Mediterranean, and yet people all claiming to be engaging in the same types of practices. But as we know, there's a big difference there. If you're oriented more towards the north, right, Heimdall, or Loki, right, big difference in direction. But again, just like with Loki, just like with the devil, there's not really an animosity between the celestial parties. They all are ordained to have a role that they play, because that's how this dimension works. That's the point of understanding it in a symbolic way. But yeah, a goat head woman, she doesn't want to believe that men know anything better than women. She's a two-holist and a narcissist, and nothing could be better than her. And she's a woman. So that's also where the homophilia comes from, is of a narcissistic, captured personality that is oriented towards the sense realms and not towards the heavenly realms. Right? The ecstasy ends in the improper location. So it's like, yeah, archery, let's do archery. But yeah, the Hierophant had the target set up, right? And how people did that, how people were supposed to conduct it. Like, you stand here in front of this target. And the other people, they got hey, this is archery. Just grab the arrows, run around here, run behind the target, shoot the people shooting the targets with the arrows. And this is the same thing. This is what they claim was the same thing. This is why cultural decline is really important, which we can also see today. Institutional capture by devilishly influenced people leads to a mechanism for toxicity and even worse things as it gets progressively worse and more deranged, because they don't see it that way. They see it as the goat headism is betterism, kind of false equivalency that they have, because since they're bad and they're narcissistically captured, what they like has to be good despite what you like or think is good. You see? Adversarial kind of immunity to course correction, or self-checking, or self-elimination, self-crushing. So, which is also a funny equivalent. Had women taken over Buddhism, the Buddha said it himself, that the religion would have already died out and wouldn't exist. It would have died out, according to him, around the year zero. That was his prediction. And it probably would have been, I believe him. I believe him in everything he said. I do. You don't believe him, that's your problem. And a lot of women don't. They might read it and accept it if other people or have that principle of reading and believing the Buddha and not them. But they're always looking for suckers that will entertain the thought that the Buddha was wrong, but that they're actually good Buddhists too. They're better Buddhists than the Buddha. But who would think like that except somebody has like a dead goat's head stamped on top of them in some form, some part of their navigation system locked in for them like that. Oh no, I like all these other things. I want it to be this way too, type of personalities that we all know. What keeps that in check? Authority. Is the authority there? Yes or no? No? Well, that's looking like an off-the-rails kind of community eventually. The Buddha said it's a 500-year process. Today, with these acceleratory trends, one generation, and that would be it. It will go from some place that is thriving to a war zone within one generation. Should you let devilish forces just usurp your culture or institutions, especially your security. It's so funny today. They have all these security people and no security. Why? Because they don't have the right principles. Why? Because they don't have the right leadership. Why? Because somebody stamped some version of dead goat head on their heads, and they see their side of things. You know, old people thought it was bad, but they make $1 million off of illicit activities. Who's bad now? Suckers. If you have a goat head, that's how things are looking. It's hard to tell people that have started to experience the comic aspects of that, including being able to pay for anything you want. Like, how can you walk away from that when you're in like that? Even if bad things happen and you know it, will you override that impulse as well and think it's a good thing because you're so powerful? Because powerful people take what they want and get it, and then everything becomes so much better, doesn't it? Isn't that the conceit that a braggadocious, tricked kind of delusional person thinks? So, and from another aspect, Dionysus, I think he did it because he did love women. I mean, he did want the community to thrive. He was also related, see, wine is like agriculture also. Like, he's a very vital, loving kind of personality. But that has to be directed in a godly way for godly purposes, which is to say freedom from suffering. See, there's also a parallel to Buddhism there. Freedom from suffering. That's what he was also promising. You have to go through death, you have to go through the death throes, you have to crush and kill the self, you have to crucify the self. Some say those nice pictures of adolescent Jesus or an adolescent looking Jesus is also Dionysus. The fool is Dionysus. You have to crush the self, sacrifice the self in holy ritual, being well aware of the devilly temptations, the 5 sense realms, and stick to the 5 precepts, and yet still have these initiatory, emotionally challenging experiences in order to release the pipes, the blockages, the constipations, the neuroses that we could otherwise develop if we're never experiencing how amazing this dimension is in some way, ecstatically. Then yes, we will atrophy. We will cripple. That's not the point. But too much of the muchness is also not the right way, obviously. Which means there does need to be hierarchy, structure, and clear ethical principles guiding the whole thing by enlightened practitioners, which is how sort of the system was designed or conceived to work. But because people are involved, goat-headed people, stubborn, dumb people, then it's a constant challenge of management, isn't it? That's the way to look at it neutrally. It's just management. The restaurant that is run this way, it's a Michelin. This restaurant is a dome, and everybody can sort of figure out why. It's not a dogmatic thing. It's not an egoic thing. It's just management. This place, they vet the food. The chef, he's skilled. Okay? It is not burnt. It is not undercooked. The food arrives warm to the table, and it is presented in a way that works with the cuisine in sequential order. You start with perhaps a apéritif. Okay? Look into French cuisine. They have like 11 different courses. But don't think of it as an elaborate restaurant, but think of it as like a small village kind of cuisine, but equally as choice and ritualistic and ritualized, but not done to excess. Although that is the temptation. But see, that's the thing. You're deliberately inducing temptation, so you can also deliberately overcome it and do the right thing and not take it in the wrong direction, which vulgar, stupid, common, misguided people would take it if they could. If the management wasn't there, or if the management tolerated even any little bit of that, to the detriment of the tradition and the practice and the point of doing it in the first place. But either being too dense, or I would say technically incapable of doing the job reliably over time, even if you become an adept. For example, in the case of women, just have to tell them, goat-headed women don't want to hear anything like that. The ancients, that wasn't even in the room for discussion. Didn't even come up once. So look how much goat-head is around us these days. Good women, they know why a Hierophant is as valuable as he is. They trust him implicitly. And they profit thereby. Those that don't, well, what does Loki do with them? What does your goat-headed, big burly, tricky, but sort of disastrous dude say about that? Does he got some slick explanations for you that you would rather believe, that cater to your vulgar conceits? Or the Dionysian insight that is clear as a bell? Ding! Why did the ancients practice religion? To get good results, dummies. Your religion doesn't get good results, it's a dumb religion. It's a defunct religion. It's a misguided religion. And religions, they go through evolutions. Even if you're a dogmatist on your religion, your religion didn't start out that way. How well do you understand the religion? Like, for example, the depiction of Jesus and the Dionysian connection. Did you know that going to Catholic school? Did they tell you about that? You did have religion, didn't you? No? Well, could it be because Christians thought all this stuff led to perdition for a good reason? You know better than they do? Maybe you don't. Maybe you can have a little bit of compassion and understanding for all of these hardline positions based on the absolute catastrophic influences that we're seeing in post-moronism. In just real terms, statistics. Deaths by despair. See, we can quantify this in modern times. In ancient times, just everybody died out. Like, you came back, there were corpses. You know? Like, people misinterpreting, going through transitional emotional periods that are catharsis, that are have a lot of catharsis to them. They translated that literally and chopped up living creatures and ate it. Like the metaphor for eating the placenta, your own placenta of suffering, by inducing a purification ritual. They misinterpreted that part with the stamped on goat head eyes. And so they turned something that was divinely inspired into an abomination. Couldn't happen with the dummies around here walking around today. Of course it could and did. And that was the result. And I also like the synchronicity between the stories in the suttas of the Buddha, where he talks about beautiful young people that have dead snakes hanging around their necks, are unaware of it until they look in the mirror. And only then are they made aware of them, and only then can they remove them. And then sometimes, again, they grow back without you knowing it. You have to look in the mirror once in a while. Like, I recommend people, you should look at the mirror before you go outside and make sure you're looking correct. Not too much, not too little. Appropriate. Fit for purpose. But fit for purpose doesn't mean not inspirational either, but inspirational in sort of a godly or uplifting or Apollonistic kind of sense. See, let's not forget the other side. The Apollonistic is the sort of right judgment, right view kind of side of the equation. Apollo doesn't put up with a lot of nonsense. Like, if he sees something's bad, he's like, whoosh, F it. I want nothing to do with it. Why would I even consider it? What would be the point? Apollo, you're not pulling a fast one over on Apollo. But Dionysius, he got thrown for a loop. Let's also not forget Dionysius, we could also call him Hermes. I think that's less tainted with the later Dionysian rituals that gave the whole thing such a bad reputation. Whereas Hermes, we can say, all right, that was Egypt. Maybe a Persian equivalent or a Persian representative of the same franchise, just in Persia, mind you, based on that interconnected web of culture and dynastism in ancient times that are not understandable to today's Patugina. but certainly do exist. They're there. They just haven't been understood in a synthetic, interconnected way. Which you also have to realize, pre-internet, ancient times, traveling peoples, they had the general principles, but the expressions were based on the leadership of the different hierophants that emerged in these pre-modern tribes of magician, priest, kings. See, we see the Trismegistics. Priest is the hierophant. He's more of the Apollonistic archetype. Or king, depending on how you want to see it. And magician is more, it's more what we associate with Hermes, Trismegistus, or Hermes, Dionysus. And then we have the other, which would be, what would that be? And then, of course, the All-Father, which you could take as Zeus or God himself, which is above Apollo and Hermes, obviously. You see, there's a hierarchy there, but they're interconnected, right? Father, Son, Holy Spirit again. So in that case, you could look at them in a different way. See, and it's just like reading a book over and over again. Every time you get new insights when you return to the contemplation of these matters. But yeah, if you want divine results, you need divine practice. You want devilish results, you will get them. And they're not good. That's the point. Good people will tell you that. Bad people will mislead you. Oh, this is okay. Like 90% is just like they said. But this is the 10% that is totally wrong. But that's in there by design because we're really smart. But we really aren't. But we think we are kind of dynamic that we have today. It's preposterous. It's amazing. I hope people of the future are keeping some of this stuff recorded and locked away. You could write on it Pandora's box. Because all of the horrible, terrible things the ancient peoples experienced, this was a big part of it. And now there's smart morons that think it's a smart thing to do their goat head ways and not give a damn about whatever happens because of that. And they're really sort of big on poor, like the drug dealer is powerful in his local community because not only is he rich, but people need what he has because they're dependent on him via devilish, magical kind of means. Chemicals or magic, sort of, aren't they? Alchemical chemicals make you dazed and confused, but you have to have it to live, to feel good. My God, you're a slave. Look at the card. What are those change again? You, instead of liberating yourself, you've enslaved yourself, dummy. You're worse off. And for the lives to come, that you're, if in Buddhistic terms, you're gonna have way worse of a time than you ever imagined by being hoodwinked by people that should have known better, might have thought they known better, or maybe didn't know better, or maybe were maliciously trained by enemies and set up and financed to do the opposite of the good where you are. Could be a combination of things. But one thing's true, good is good, and things that get bad results are bad, and things that get bad results morally are potentially an extinction event, because we're social animals, not just individuals. You have a bunch of women, all of them are messed up, all of them have strange ideas. Where are the kids going to come from and how are they going to be raised? Oh, bad people, they don't think about those things, and then look at all the destruction we're already witnessing, and people are so encapsulated in their conditioning and ideological torture chambers of the mind that they call that modern contemporary culture. See, again, a redefinition of the bad thing as the good thing would be done by what type of people again? People with bad taste. Where's that taste coming from? What did Dionysus have to do with bad taste? Did they pour the crappy wine in at his festivals, or was it the best stuff? The stuff that didn't make you sick? Like the modern stuff. So-called. As the post-moron stuff. You think he would like that in his golden goblet, brought down by a holy bird with a circle and then the cross in the middle, the sacrifice of the ego type symbology? They would have thought that crap, that rot gut is the same thing. They would have just gone along to go along with the circus. Is that right? Or would they have just looked at it, maybe not even put it in their mouth, just throw it away. Put some water in there, wipe that thing out, purify it, wait for the good stuff come around. Is that what he would do instead? And then maybe the person who put the crap in his cup wouldn't get the thanks, especially not the divine favor that they thought they could foist off on a divinity. Say it in his name, this is his kind of way of doing things. I don't think one would find favor with the gods thinking that way or acting that way or anything else. That's the other thing. These fools, they have no fear of God. So they have no love of God, they have no fear of God. That's how dumb they are. They have those two strikes. See, bad people, they might not love God because they don't understand Him for understandable reasons. But they have at least enough sense to fear Him. These suckers don't have that. Imagine that broad daylight, all day Dionysian festivals. What do you think that looked like? Well, we know what it looked like. We have the modern versions of it, yeah. But see, the thing about societies going insane is that it's sort of like a slow motion thing. They mess up the younger people progressively more until essentially you're surrounded by people that can't function ethically, consistently. And then because you have to live in a consensual society that works, that moral breakdown leads to all different types of breakdown. Not doing what you say you're going to do, not recognizing legal obligations or contracts or ethics. Yeah. Oh, where's my stuff? Oh, well, think up a story. It's gone. Just accept that. I'm a good person. I'm better than you, I think, but I'll say that I don't think that way if you'll just go along with what I say. How about that? And if you don't, what's going to happen to you then? Would it be better that you exist or don't? See? No breaks, no feedback loop, progressively worsening social, economic, and political condition. So as terrible as that sounds, there's a lot of room for optimism now that we sort of can grasp the dynamics of the situation. And unfortunately, yeah, women, you need to take a back seat. And for those that want to take over the driver's seat, that they are the ipso facto problem that you have amongst you, your kind. that is, unfortunately, some would say a bug, others would call it a defect for good conditions going forward. But again, this realm was not meant to be permanently civilized, but it also wasn't meant to be Somalia or its equivalent amongst Western peoples. Because then we're talking about the descendants of the Hierophants that really didn't deserve the type of treatment that they're getting from the Loki crowd. Because that would be then a joke gone too far. And then it really isn't funny. It isn't just a tribulation that one can laugh about once one's gone through it, which is the point of the Eleusinian Mysteries. Life affirmation. No, this is a hellscape, and there's no point in living, and the sooner this thing has the lights turned off on it, the better. That's a little bit different, isn't it? Do you think God wanted people to live that way? Is that right? Do you think that? This great God of all abundance, this great generous God who created the sun and the stars, wants people to die before their time because of devilish, Loki-like managerial direction. Is that right? What? Who are these smart morons? Well, they thought that God died, so they could just write whatever they're stamped on, shat on, goat head way of thinking suited them best. That's it. Self-serving sophistry plus total lack of anything noble. No noble sentiments to speak of. No noble tendencies or considerations. Isn't that not so surprising or strange? Isn't that sort of close to the truth? Could you be deceived? Wasn't that what the mysteries were about? Dispelling? And you were deceived instead? Is that diabolical? Could it be? Could it be that that's why we don't have those awe-inspiringly awesome cities in the form that they were when they had Hierophants doing what they did successfully? Is that why all this catastrophic ugliness and barbarism has been spread so quickly and far in our time? Could it be that there's a parallel between the pandemonium of the past and the horrors of today? Is there a connection, a cosmic connection to divine celestial synchronicities like that? What? I thought the smart morons of today were smart. How could they have missed it? See, that big, stinky, rotting thing they have over their eyes might have played a part in it. But of course, they're too conceited to admit that, which is the personality that is, which is so great about Dionysus or Hermes. I think Hermes is better. See, it has less of that taint. Hermes is better. It's cleaner. It's closer to the true practice, which was uplifting and good. It was not perverse. It was not crazy. It was not to excess. It was a form of ritual that initiated people and could be done therapeutically. In fact, it had a therapeutic catharsis effect without the people really knowing how all of that magic works. but it does. These plays where the people were laughing out loud and it was funny, and the people putting themselves in the role, taking themselves not so seriously, having that flexibility to take on different roles, put on different masks. Today you're the sad clown, tomorrow you're the happy clown, and the day after that you're whatever other also archetypical feeling. You're the terrified person. The house is burning, the house is burning, right? And it's a scene and people are funny and laughing, but it's also terrifying. They're emoting, they're gaining distance, perspective on their inner emotional realities. Terror is a reality. Terror is one of the most gripping realities that a human being can experience. Have you ever been utterly terrified, like truly and utterly terrified? You lose your mind. But see, losing your mind is part of the process, part of the ritual, because your mind might be filled with attachments or misperceptions or egoic injuries or karmic debt. And by releasing it, right, by dying and being reborn, going into the underworld and resurrecting yourself, you're engaging in a process of psychological renewal and transformation that is essential for our kinds of people since the beginning of time, if we want to live in a good way, an enlightened way, a relieved and congruent and loving and compassionate way for also our animalistic side. And that is a side that did, this specifically, these rituals did cater to women, but of course in a very constructed, directed way, and not to excess, as the slave classes of Rome took it in a more degenerate age, in a more degenerate place, with more degenerate people, which do have parallels to this time, which is worrisome, which is why we might expect divine intervention to take place under such terrible conditions where the equilibrium is being endangered. Now, this is the thing that good people need to understand, is that when bad people go away or don't, or get replaced with good people, it's a good thing. But the bad person doesn't want to consider that for bad reasons. Now, as far as divine intervention goes, what will remove them? Essentially, we're not talking about like popularity contest. I think, again, these types of, see dagas again, yin and yang, spinning circle, sign. These processes are dynamic. So when divine intervention starts happening, it's a sign that things have reached a tipping point as far as vulgarity and imbecility and insanity goes, that are spread out by the smashed on, rotted goat head people that think that's powerful and can't be convinced that it's not. But think about it, that goat head, that's not a real nice place to be. Nothing to envy about them. But they have that misperception, and they envy others. Especially those not like themselves, especially those that tell the truth that they're as bad as they are. They don't like that. They're always looking for a self-rationalization channel to justify their deeds that the celestial beings are dead set against. So, would you want to be in the cool crew, you think, with those people? I would say not. That's another good story with Legion. See, the demons, the bad subconscious processes are thrown into the crowd of pig-like people with pig-like tendencies, and they all decide at one moment, thanks to their pig-like leader that thinks in a pig-like way, like a pig-like what do they call it? Tyrannical sadist. How does he get his supply? Well, slaughtering the pigs, right? He's the last pig to slaughter himself. And so he doesn't go through a transformational process. He goes through a continuation into the nether realms with his followers to perdition. We're talking about Hermes again. Hermes is a Promethean figure. He's bringing the light of divine transformation to humanity and pays the ultimate price for that. Well, why is that? Well, he has to come from the divine into human form and be reborn here in this purgatory for the sake of humanity, so that there is not unnecessary suffering. That the devil, for example, pulls a fast one on the whole experiment, and then this realm stops serving its purpose, which is to sort the good from the bad, not just become monopolistically bad, unilaterally bad. Because that would be a contradiction to the will of God, which has been made clear on so many different occasions, in so many different ways, by so many different peoples. They have passed this warning down. You don't have to love God. You might be too stupid to do that, despite him being everywhere. You might be that stupid. But don't ever not fear God. If you pass that boundary as well, you are lost. You can never recover. You will never take the feedback with the intention and the sincerity, the gravitas of the messenger. Should you then not even heed that, then there really is nothing that can be done for someone except eternal damnation. That's also a concept that people think, well, no, that's, what's on TV? Well, let me check my phone. Just when we got to the important part, like the crux of this whole thing. Oh, somebody sent me a text message. I need to. See? Look at that. Ding dong, ding. Who sent that to you? Was it an angel? Something oidemic or demonic? Bad mood? Where'd that come from? Did you give yourself a bad mood? Why are you seeing things progressively worse? Is that good? Well, why are you doing it? Why aren't you pulling the dead snake off your neck? Doesn't look good. Well, you can't see it. Well, see, you have to stick with the process. See, these mysteries and whatnot, and going through the range of emotions and going through catharsis, you could be emotionally constipated. That's the whole point. You need to get things back in flow. You need to raise the frequency. And ideally, you would do that within a community of enlightened people that really do deeply care about each other on some fundamental level, which is a good thing to do. But also to have the parameters in which it is a good thing, and not just the appearance of this abstract principle that is not practically discernible, because the thing has been compromised and botched by the rotting head, stinky, smashed on goat head inclined people, to whatever degree that they have their impurities. So being a Hierophant and being a priest and being a purified receptacle for the Holy Spirit, those things are not something to get wrong or let people that are incapable of truly reaching the heights of that inspirational revelatory process for power dynamics reasons or personal, social inclination reasons. How many? If they imagine they put it to a vote, like who this Moses guy wants to lead us all. Let's put it to a vote. Would he have ever gotten anywhere? No, part of it is the charisma, the authenticity of the person. The charisma of the person is the attractive element that is the appearance of the real thing. But of course, it's best when the real thing also appears to be the real thing, if you catch my drift. See, the Hermes wine, that stuff is the Holy Spirit. It's not the gung. It's not the junk. It's not even wine. See, that was just symbolic. Instead, see, now that I know that alcohol has been such a blight on humanity, I wouldn't suggest anybody using wine. How about some cold-pressed apple cider as the ritualistic drink for celebrating the harvest? And then maybe what they drank, which was some type of other elixir that had psychotropic attributes, but not to the extent that people would completely go crazy. Of course, unless they were perhaps further experienced initiates or what have you, or were more in the priestly type of shamanistic, magical kinds of inquiries that they were capable of ethically and otherwise, or not. The people left it to the shamans and the hierophants and the initiates, and knew very well that they weren't capable of figuring those things out reliably, and so they didn't attempt it. In fact, they considered it apocryphal. They had a fear of God because they had a fear of getting these things wrong, which is a very healthy fear to have, but that good people have. Unfortunately, today, smart moronism, people have been conditioned to believe things that are patently false. And so they think they're doing the right thing, and then they're quite flabbergasted, living in a state of cognitive dissonance, that their so-called wonderful lives are utterly meaningless. Or at least that's how it feels to be to them, which is not the Spirit of God or the Holy Spirit, is it? Holy Spirit is meaningful, every last drop. It is meaning. It is condensed meaning. It is the manifestation of a divine perspective on things. It's inspirational. It is inspiration. Okay, but when you have dumb people see panic, creating, inducing terror, all of a sudden you get a goat head smash, rotted, fecaled perspectives into that, and then you see they start taking that literally, just like animal sacrifice. They're taking it literally, not metaphorically. They're taking it physically, worldly, not otherworldly, symbolically. See, who would know that? Well, good priests would. What are they? The opposite of that. They're the little chump simp on the right, bowing down, thinking in front of the Hierophant. See? Imperfect transmission of divine, cosmic, celestial order. So I hope that cleared everything up. I know, from time to time humanity can take really wrong turns, but this one has been the worst ever. And the people, it's so funny. I mean, I think it's hilarious on a certain level, just like Dante did. But on the other hand, it's pretty disturbing. What would be the coincidence if Dante went through this type of ritualistic awakening processes and was able to express them in a literary way? Is that what that book is all about? The Divine Comedy? There's that word. I love comedy. Why aren't the poets? That's the other thing. Poets, inspiration, being a master of psychology. That's what Hermes is. He is the divine representation of psychology, of Manas, of the intersection of the cosmos with mankind. His mother was a human. His father was Zeus, the All-Father. And so All-Father means that you are his children. And yet there are wayward ones amongst you that will soon no longer be amongst us. But until that time comes, it does look like they need to experience some reversals as far as their massively destructive, toxic, and misguided experiments have been up until this point, to the extent that they have provoked the gods, to the extent that they have. That nobody wanted for them, especially not the good divine forces of this universe, which they are not capable of withstanding, even if they think they can, for a time. Because that's that stinky, rotten, smashed on goat head type of way of thinking that they have. They won't make it easy for good people to live in peace. That's what makes them bad. They're actively bad. Contagion-like, pathogenic kind of subversive and appropriationist kind of bad. It's not something you can tolerate. Which is why they say, yeah, tolerate. Tolerate all these things that aren't good for you. That's good, we say. Oh, I heard that one. That's one of the funny ones to use. So, but don't forget, Loki, this is the other thing that Christians don't really understand. There's not really an animosity between God and the devil or Loki. It's indeed, some speculate, is a facet of his personality which is multifaceted and beyond comprehension. We can comprehend some aspects of it, but that's just to help us humans come to terms with the divine element of this universe, which is all around us. So do not forget the sacrifice of the prophetic Hermes, like divinity. Just what type of compassion he had to go through hell for humanity. My God. Is that not heroic? To go through hell to become a better human being, a divinely inspired representation of the divine powers, the divine inheritances, your divine inheritance for goodness, as well as badness in this plane of spinning disc style. So, for modern Moranism to die, they need to admit that priestly social functions need to be taken very seriously by people who are capable of doing that and not people who think they are. And we know who they look like at this time, but perhaps future people will not know, and I really do hope that they don't. But the spinning disc style does indicate that things could go wrong again at some time in the future, and then there will also be a divine correction. So I want to add that Hermes, like Prometheus, this transformational process, it's not nice. It's not easy. But look at how much compassion, look at how much heroicism, look at how much skillfulness is found in Hermes Trismegistus.